Okay, good afternoon everybody, and thank you for joining us for the second round of the British Chess Championships. I'm Adam Hunt, and this is my partner in crime, Danny Gormally.
Hi.
Sorry for the slight delay. That was due to the live feeds, I believe, not working downstairs. So we got those fixed. It looks like they've got games on the way, which is excellent. And yeah, thank you also to those of you who are joining us online as well. I've spent the morning trying to play around with my settings with regards trying to cure the little bit of a lag that we had yesterday. So just give me feedback in the chat about how things are. As I say, I've tried my best there, and hopefully things are a little bit better. So Danny, do you want to just maybe talk us through?
Yeah,
well, just
sure.
have a look at the pairings first of all, just to see. I'll just get those up. Just take us through maybe some of the
Sure. Well, you got
top boards and anything that springs out at you.
You got Dong on board one against Mark Adams. Actually, I had an interesting game against Dong. If you want to hear another boring anecdote, I'll be willing to indulge. But let's just talk about that. Yeah, he's a dangerous player. He's from Vietnam originally. Nice guy, actually. Very dangerous blitz player. But it probably sets up well, I think, for Adams this game, because Dong is the sort of player that will give you chances. He doesn't try to shut the game down. He tries to play quite actively. And I think Adams is a very good counter-attacker. So I would probably predict that Adams will win that game. But he was unconvincing yesterday, I would say. At one point, he was in trouble. But we saw that at Cambridge recently, at tournament in Cambridge. He started slowly, and then then he just powered through the field. So round one, round two, he might be a little bit rusty, but then once he gets going, he's basically unstoppable. We've got Nick Purr against Richard Bates. I know Richard very well. He's a very good player. He's probably underrated. He's very capable of holding his own against Nick. Daniel Fernandez playing black against Adam Ashton. Yeah, Adam's a very solid player. He often plays the C3 Sicilian, so that's another tough one for Daniel. You got Gasinov versus, again, Andrew Ledger, another Blackthorn teammate of mine, very underrated player. Certainly capable of getting a result in that game. You've got Jack Rudd against Harry Grieve. That's a very dynamic clash, I think.
Yeah.
You know, with Jack, he's never going to play boring chess. So I think Harry Grieve is a bit of a former British champion tipped Harry Grieve up to me on Facebook yesterday in Facebook chat. Won't name, but he said that he quite likes the chances Harry Grieve winning the British again, back to back.
Wow.
So I think that's going to be an interesting pairing as well. And obviously you go down, you got Ancash, another dangerous player, beat Amit Gartzi in the final round of the English Championship. So he's also a danger man, playing against Matthew Wadsworth. Got John Merriman versus Jonah Willer, another interesting pairing. John Merriman often plays well in the British Championships, seems to raise his game. And then you got Tanmay Chopra against Lanya. Lanya, another very solid player. So I think we got some potential upsets. Also, I think lower down, Richard Purr is playing against that kid who drew with Hebden yesterday. So it'd be interesting to have a look at that game at some point.
Yeah. Because
Richard is probably going to be very nervous about that game.
Yeah, and we saw this game Yi Chen Han had yesterday. He managed to draw that, did you see, in the end? It was amazing.
Incredibly bad technique, I would say.
Okay, shall we get into some chess? Probably a good idea. So let's come back. And we'll look at the top board to kick things off, which is Dong versus Adams. And we had e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Adams is always playing e5.
He's very well prepared. He just knows his systems very well, and it's very hard to get any kind of advantage against him.
c3, knight f6, d4. Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's
not
a
that
shot.
many people play d4 anymore. Certainly at a high level.
That's right. Yeah.
D3 is the move there, isn't it? Normally.
It's known to be equal this, but I'm not sure if how much Dong prepared this. I'm not sure if his theory is actually that great, to be totally honest with you, but let's see how the game continues. So it takes
e5. So the other sort of main continuation there is pawn takes pawn, bishop b4 check, and then you have various moves. Well, you have knight c3 and bishop d2, both playable moves. With some can be some fireworks in this particular line, but it's I think been worked out to be just fine for black.
All these variations are known to be at worst equal for black, and so why it's struggling to get an advantage in any of these lines. To be honest, you're just trying to play chess. I think maybe that's Dong's strategy. He's just trying to get an equal position and then see what happens.
Yeah. Welcome to the GingerGM, the real GingerGM, who's actually in the chat as well. Hello, Simon. He says Trent versus Kramnik, 50-50 was a forced draw in this line, apparently.
Yeah, that's right. The Isle of Man, and that was probably Trent's best ever result. Try and get if you can get a Lawrence Trent insult in once. Actually, Trent blocked me on social media, so I've got to be careful what I said about Lawrence. He's a good guy. Actually,
he's a good guy.
But
okay, so ED E5, and then black goes D5. Very typical countering in the centre. Right. Bishop B5, Knight E4, chop. Bishop B6. Okay. Knight C3. Castles, Bishop E3. Mickey played F5.
F5's a good move because you're reinforcing that knight on E4, and effectively you want white to take because then you open up the F file.
And then Queen B3. Oops. And this is our current position.
Yeah, I don't see any advantage here for white. I think knight E7 is a candidate move. I think Bishop E6 will be. I would predict that Mickey will play knight E7. That kind of feels like a Mickey kind of move. He's very good at just, staying out of trouble, keeping his pieces together.
Getting ready to probably play C6 at some point to reinforce the pawn, and it gives the knight then some freedom to go over and start his adventures on another part of the board, perhaps.
Yeah, but what's White's plan here? I mean, once you go knight E7, I'd be slightly concerned if I was White, unless knight takes E4 and knight G5 is the move, with the idea.
Yeah, but then King H8.
King H8, right? Yep. And then F3, then maybe knight F5 is possible.
Kevin Winter says Garwin Jones recommends this as White in his E4 repertoire. So there you go. Maybe
right.
this is
some chessable
master plan.
We're seeing the influence of chessable again.
We are. So yeah, we were wondering about knight takes, pawn takes knight G5 with the threat of knight takes E4, but I thought we could even start with bishop A5 check as well. Looks like a pretty handy little move to throw in, and then step away with the king in a minute. So
maybe after knight E7 you go knight G5, and no, knight G5 immediately wouldn't work with it. No, yeah, you could go knight G5 here maybe, because if I take on G5 and take on D4, you have bishop. Oh no, but bishop E7 is bishop C3 check. Right?
All right. So just to show knight G5, sacrificing a pawn temporarily. Bishop takes G5. Bishop takes D4. Then Danny was thinking bishop takes E7, and then an intermediate move. Bishop takes C3 check is good. Is good, isn't it?
But I can take on D5 instead of taking on E7. Maybe does that work? Because if Queen D5, Bishop C4, so I could take on D5 here. Yeah.
Aha, nice trick. So if Queen takes Bishop C4, wins the Queen. If Knight takes, obviously that drops the Queen. So could I play something like Bishop E6?
Knight E7.
Take it.
And then just take back.
And what a lot of pieces are getting chopped off.
Oh no, piece up. Just take on B. No, take on B3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just. So maybe that's the idea. You go Knight G5, right? So. But if you go Bishop E6, maybe I'm going to take and go Knight G5 anyway. This is Dong's idea. So yeah, another good recommendation by Gawain Jones. I know he's a very popular author on Chessable. He's written some good courses. I know the King's Indian course is very highly recommended.
I also wondered here, Danny, about whether or not there might be some sort of merit in trying to, I don't know, almost like trap that knight. I can't. I wanted to play something like knight E2, right? But slow, it is
very
slow,
tough to trap that knight.
Let's say a castle just first.
Yeah. It's certainly a sensible move, right?
And then sort of this is my very slow but plan.
What's your plan? Sorry.
Well, knight E2, knight E1, and F3.
Yeah, that is very slow. But no,
Okay,
no, I mean, it's not
needs
stupid.
black
But yeah, what
also
does
needs
black
to move.
black
If you
do,
play
so-
c6, then bishop d3, and now we do threaten to win a pawn. So now something like king h8 looks like it's it's a move, and okay, so I go there. And
But the point is that you can generally escape with a knight when you go knight e1. F3 is very transparent threat.
yes,
I'd just maybe go h6, or
Yeah,
even knight.
yes.
Actually, I'm controlling g5.
you could bring your knight back.
So I don't think a plan of trapping a knight is going to work.
No.
But of course, you could play like this, or maybe after knight e7, you play some move like h4, right? Intending knight e2, knight f4, like a prophylactic move. So knight e7.
Okay, he's gone bishop a5.
Yeah, very again. No, the engine hates that. The evaluation is just no. It's
Dipping
changed its
up and
mind.
down. So the intention there will be what? Let's say that white castles. I imagine he will take that knight. Will he and then play f4? Is that the plan?
So with Adam, it's very difficult to really get him, in the corner. It's sort of like put him under pressure because he's very, very good at avoiding kind of, I should say, like preparation. I mean, I think that's part of the skill of being a top player, right? Is just knowing, having that sense to kind of avoid your opponent's preparation. Keep that element of safety. I think he's very good at that. He's very good at avoiding danger, and I think that's one of the things you need to be a top player. So I think this is a clever choice, bishop a5. Avoid any clever preparation by Dong. A very interesting position, actually. Very interesting opening, right? So take.
That does seem to be the I would have thought the idea.
You're right. Yeah. Can white avoid that somehow? Maybe. I mean, yeah, you essentially.
I could try and avoid it by playing. Could I try and avoid it by playing bishop d3?
Yeah.
Because now, when you play f4, you loosen your knight on e4.
Sounds like a song, doesn't it? Loosen up my buttons, baby.
That was a song.
By Pussycat Dolls. Have
Dolls.
you never heard that song?
I've heard it, yeah.
Maybe now you can play your king h8 because then you're ready for f4, right?
King h8, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it just seems like an unclear position. But yeah, I mean, I'll be inclined to think that castling is probably the best move, which Dong has actually played, because bishop d3 is a bit of a waste of a move, and I've kind of wasted a lot of moving development. So he's gone for castles.
He's
right?
gone for castles, okay.
And now let's say so what happens if we follow your idea of taking on c3?
Okay, so take on c3.
Possibly, yeah. I think maybe that's forced, right?
Now I could, if I felt like I needed to, I could take on c6.
I don't like that. I don't like giving out the two
let's
bishops, right?
just not do that for the minute.
Yeah.
And now f4 looks pretty logical, doesn't it?
f4, bishop back, right? Yeah, all forced.
I could play bishop. I could play bishop d3, or I
don't
could
like
play
it. I
knight
don't like it.
d2.
Knight d2 makes a little bit more sense. Somehow I don't like these kind of moves. They look a bit too pretentious. Can I not take and then take on f2, for example? Or yeah, it's true. You have. But what's so bad?
You also have knight a5.
But also, what's so bad about bishop c1? I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. I don't really see why that's so bad.
Right.
But okay, you do have some kind of attack, but is it
And
necessarily
if I play bishop g4,
okay? Right. So what your idea is to take and then go knight g5, is it, and just hack me to death?
that seems sensible. Yeah.
And what happens if I go? Bishop e2 is a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's sensible. If knight g5, I could even consider queen d1.
Right. Yeah.
Not sure Adams would play f4 there, but it's very, again, is that his style to play so crudely?
Okay.
I mean, if you could somehow switch the rook across from f6 to h6.
So we've got this position.
Okay, so if f4, bishop c1, is there any kind of like, he has gone f4.
Yeah.
Is there anything in maybe going like king h8 and like g5, g4, or is that kind of too slow? Rather than, so your plan as black is either to attack with the pawns, throw the pawns forward, or potentially go for active piece play with bishop g4 like you suggested.
Yeah.
Which is also very sensible, right? Or potentially maybe go knight e7 to g6 and bring that knight round, because at the moment the knight is not really contributing.
Quite like 97, quite like 97 here as well. I mean, this isn't his style.
Yeah, but if it's good, well, I don't know. I mean, you know, if it's good, he'll play the correct move, right? Yeah, okay. He'll just, you know, if he thinks the king h8. I mean, he's a very flexible player, Adams. You know, I don't think he necessarily is anchored to one way of playing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen him play these crude attacks. If the, you know, he won't speculate as much as maybe some players will, but
I mean, can you just go now?
Yeah, why not? This is really full caveman mode, right? G5, very interesting move. Yeah, and if I go rook e1, maybe intending if you go
then I'll probably move my king.
Yeah, so I'll probably try and undermine your knight, right? Have I got time for like knight d2, or is that just going to run into like takes, and then you're just going to make me somehow maybe play f3 or something?
Takes f3 or g4.
Problem is that white is a queen on b3 in this kind of position. It's a long way away from creating camp on the king side, right?
Yeah.
But it is very kind of, yeah, I mean, g4, this is very much all in, and you're creating huge weaknesses. I mean, f3, sorry. F3? Yeah, suddenly the bishop on d2 is now alive.
Yes.
So
I think probably we would refrain from that unless it's just leading to a win.
So if we go back to our candidate moves theory, I think the candidate moves for black here are bishop g4, as you suggested. I think king h8 is on the radar. You know, there's lots, maybe even knight g5 is an option, g5.
Knight e7.
Knight e7, maybe bishop a3 would be slightly annoying, but I guess
okay.
Then c6, right?
And I suppose that's one merit maybe in playing king h8 here, is that if bishop a3 then rook g8.
Oh, okay.
And then we get ready to rumble with the g pawn. Right,
but you couldn't just go knight e7, bishop a3, rook f7, right?
You could do that as well, but then knight g5. Oh no, sorry, you can't play that.
Yeah. But maybe bishop d3, preparing bishop to D3, take, and exactly. Then yeah. So I think Adams will play a good move here. That's my prediction. Okay. Adams playing good chess moves,
it's a pretty safe,
surprising development.
Prediction. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
So let's move on to board number 2. Nick Pert versus Richard Bates. Right. 2 players we know pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 2 solid players, I'd say.
And we'll go from the opening. So Richard is, well, Nick is a d4 player. Richard is a King's Indian player. And they have been for many, many years. D4
also plays a knight off as black.
Also plays the knight off. Good repertoire. c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, knight f3, castles. Okay, I thought Nick generally played fianchetto.
He generally goes g3. He's obviously decided that Richard, but I think this is continuing his aggressive strategy from yesterday. So I think he's clearly got a strategy in this tournament, which is to play, you know, not a b2 committed to his normal kind of slightly quiet opening repertoire, and maybe just decide, like, I'm going to gamble. This is what I need to do to beat Adams. I'm going to have to take risks. You know, why not? I mean, he's already got like a British Championship win in the bag. Yes. He's playing with house money, you know. So
black plays d6, as you generally do in the King's Indian. Now e3 rather than e4, keeping the centre stable. c5, d5, h6, bishop h4, e6, and knight d2.
Right. Yeah, knight d2 is clever because I think black eventually might have played g5 and knight g5 or consider that as an option, but knight d2 kind of cuts across that. So now black is forced to come up with an alternative plan. I'm wondering if b5 is a move here, or is that just too crazy?
Yeah, so when you have this sort of thing going on, you want to be trying to... I've always found when I played these positions as black, maybe I didn't obviously understand them well enough, but they can be quite difficult to play as black. Your lack of space, where to put this knight, is always a bit of a question. You know, do you reroute him around here, or do you just put him on d7? And then if you can't get in something like b5, or you don't feel you want to gamble with something like that, then you can just get a bit squashed.
Is this a Smyslov variation? It's kind of, didn't Smyslov used to play like this? Bishop g5, d6, former world champion, Vasily Smyslov.
So Danny's suggesting we just...
That's probably a terrible suggestion.
b5 straight away. Very typical.
Well, the idea is if you take with a knight, and I can potentially take on d5, go g5 and win the pawn back. But then now I'm noticing also d6 would be hanging. And the other problem is maybe I could just take on e6 here.
So take on e6, and if bishop takes e6, you take on b5.
Now knight takes b5 would be quite a decent move, because white is a clear pawn up. So always in chess, don't panic. You know, if you're not sure about what to play, I'm certainly not. I mean, I'm not really very familiar with this position after knight d2. But do remember that there are normally alternatives. So if the first move you calculate doesn't work out, which in this case is my b5,
you're going to have other options.
You should have other. It kind of reminds me of a Benoni, right? Like a Benoni structure.
Yeah.
We've gone c5. So let's take on d5. Let's try and make that move work. So take with a pawn.
Takes.
So what is our potential follow-up? Do we go knight bd7? Do we go knight a6? Do we go a6? A6 will be shut down by a4, right?
That's always going to be on the cards, yeah, especially in this position, because now this knight's going to find a very nice square on c4, and then that in conjunction with a5 is going to cause black, I think, some problems there.
Yeah, I think I've been impressed with Nick's preparation so far. I think, you know, considering the guy hasn't really played for months. I mean, Nick is one of these people who doesn't really play that much. And he does a lot of coaching, because obviously it's hard to earn a living from playing. I'm sure he'd probably play a little bit more if he could. But, you know, when he comes off a break, he tends to play really well. I tend to play like absolute rubbish, but the guy plays like an amazing level, considering he doesn't really play that much, you know.
Yeah.
So it's impressive. I mean, knight d2 is a good move.
So the other idea in knight d2 is there might come a time when this pawn on d5 needs some help. And so you're going to need e4 as well. For instance, if I was to play, let's say, knight a6 now, which looks like a reasonable move, white just plays bishop e2, for instance, knight c7. Then, unless white wants to release the tension and take on e6, which doesn't really look like it is what he wants, then e4 now looks like probably the move.
Yeah, because you always have the option of going e4, right? Although now maybe again b5 might be something worth considering, because I mean you're often happy to sacrifice the pawn Benko Gambit style, and then if I take on e6, we go knight e6, knight b5, maybe some kind of knight f4 action, or rook b8, a6. I don't know, it's all a bit speculative, but Richard's got to come up with a plan here, and it's not obvious to me what that plan should be. Not being familiar with this position, I don't know whether this is theory. I presume it is, but you know, I don't know if some kind of plan like g5 move. Let's say we take on d5 first, and then go g5 anyway. I mean, it could. One thing I've noticed with computers, when you work with computers a lot, Adam, the way they've changed is they're more, you know, they're very happy often to throw their pawns forward on the king's side. So, you know, we always used to be taught you don't ever push forward on the king's side because you're just going to get mated over there. White will go h4, whatever. But the computers have shown us that concretely you can play like this. And I've noticed that seeping into more and more players' games. Caruana actually is a good example of a player who often, if you look at his games, he will throw his pawns forward on the king's side because he's very much influenced by the computer. But I think probably here it's slightly premature. I think h4 is going to be a good probing move for white. Black has taken on d5.
Okay.
So he didn't go for my potential b5. I don't know whether b5 was even playable. Probably
so
wasn't.
We're expecting pawn takes there. Obviously you can play knight takes, but
I think you'll take with the pawn. Yeah.
That will give black a sort of extra option.
Well, I think g5 then is
G5
is annoying because you might end up losing a pawn.
You might lose your pawn down on b2. Yeah.
I mean, it's not completely stupid to play like that because you would have an h4 pro, but I think you almost certainly take back the pawn.
Yeah. That looks like it's happened.
And Nick is not a guy to speculate, as you know. He's also a very solid player. He's not going to go for like crazy lines. Just if he feels that there's a good alternative, good solid positional alternative, he's probably not going to go for a crazy variation. So yeah, the question is for black how to continue. You know, you could play me like knight bd7, or I think he'll go knight a6. I think that's the most logical reply.
Problem with the knight going to d7 is it again just cuts off a little bit of defense of this pawn on d6. So yeah, I might even, if you went there, play a4 anyway. No, I wouldn't play a4.
Can't I just go bishop e2 and develop?
Just play like we said, yeah, bishop e2 and get castled.
Knight b6 can always be met with e4.
Yeah.
So I don't really see. I mean, you're always thinking, you know, you're fighting against your opponent's ideas. You're always looking for little victories in the opening, early, middle game. And I think this is a kind of position would be considered to be some kind of victory by white. You know, you've got your kind of preparation in. You've got a very pleasant position where you can play for a win. So I don't think knight d7 is solving the problems of the position. I think knight a6 is definitely a move. Knight a6, white could consider taking on a6, but black would then get the b file, very automatic play. I don't think he would take on a6.
Would you go back to c7 and then try and crack b5 again?
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it happens or not, if he's sort of so tense to stop it from happening, it may be still worth actioning that if there's almost nothing else.
Well, I think e4 now. This is a critical variation. And now can I go b5?
b5 here, yeah.
I think this
is probably the point to do it.
So I think white might throw in a4 at some point before going after knight a6.
Knight a6, okay.
But how do you get it in? Because a4 here looks a bit weird because you're allowing a knight to b4, so that doesn't look right. So after knight, I think knight a6 is what Richard will play, and I think I think that's the only move that seems to completely equalise the
and
game.
One of the points was that bishop e2, let's say knight c7. Now I think we are threatening to go g5, so you're not, I don't think, in time to play a4 now. g5 here, take this pawn, take. Knight c4, bishop e6, bishop f3.
Well, it should be okay for black. You would have thought. Is knight b4 just possible?
Or knight c3. Maybe.
Oh, very nice.
Possibly.
Going for more.
Yeah,
getting greedy. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you can really allow the pawn to fall on d5. So you need something more.
b6.
Wow, that's insane. I don't like that move. I'm sure my knight a6 was a better move. I don't like that move. I'm going to predict that Richard will lose now. It's too wet.
He's played b6, has he?
Yeah.
It's not completely stupid though, because I think his idea is to go bishop a6, and in exchange. So if white goes bishop e2, you go bishop a6. You're kind of losing a move, because you're probably then going to have to exchange anyway. And then his idea is to bring the knight back to c7. But the question is then, is white in time to set up some kind of E4, A4, shut down the queenside break, shut down the B5 break, and then he will then eventually switch to like E4, F4, try and break through in the centre with the move E5.
One question is G4 a move, or is that completely bonkers? It depends, I suppose, which position you would be. I think you would be sacrificing a pawn if white did play G4 at any stage, because black would react probably with G5 and take it. And it looks in positions like this probably to be a bit too much.
I don't think that's in the spirit of the position. First, you have to consider, is G4 even threatening anything? It's not really.
Just going back to what you were saying earlier about plans and stopping your opponent's plans, could something like Queen A4 be considered here?
Yeah.
I know it loses a little bit of contact with this pawn here, but it does obviously stop a piece going to A6, and then the point is if Bishop D7 to chase by Queen, then you haven't really got your pieces on there.
Looks slightly artificial though, right?
I agree with you.
Can I go Bishop B7?
Yes, exactly.
And then
Possibly
if you go
Bishop
E4,
B7.
maybe I'm in time for like A6, because now I would be threatening B5 with
And
expansion.
A6, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And now I get B5, and I should be doing
B5
reasonably
comes.
well.
Yes.
I think you'll probably play something like Bishop D3 or Bishop E2 or A4 is certainly on the agenda, but A4 to knight A6 to B4 becomes a potential plan.
I think he just wants probably wants one useful waiting move if he can find one.
By the way, apparently the Jack Rudd position is getting quite spicy. I don't know if you want to switch to that.
Of course, yeah, we can switch to that.
According to
and that's
Chris
unsurprising,
Baker.
isn't it?
Some people you can rely on, and you can always rely on Jack to provide the fireworks.
Play an interesting game. Okay, let's take a look at that. That's board 5, and that's the reigning British champion Harry Grieve and Jack Rudd. Okay, so let's have a look at how this one started out. D4, D5, C4, E6, knight C3, C5, take, normal Tarash, G3, Bishop G2, castle, Bishop G5, C4, B3, okay, Queen A5, Queen C2, Bishop G4.
Is C4 a normal move? Black C4, was that?
I think
Well, you can play
that's,
C4 in the
yeah, pretty
Tarish.
popular. E3, Bishop B4, take on F6. Okay, so let's just slow down 1 second there. So white's gone E3, Bishop B4, and if I move my knight, you're going to play knight E4, aren't you?
Yeah, I haven't really seen this kind of move before. Bishop B4. That feels like it's some kind of over the board invention by Jack.
By Harry.
Oh, it's Harry.
Yeah.
Ah, right. So that's interesting.
Bishop takes F6. Okay. Bishop takes F3.
So Jack's just sacked a piece.
Bishop takes C3. Rook C1.
Bishop, and then taking on C4. Wow,
And then
that's
just take on
insane.
C4.
So his idea, I think, if Bishop C1, he wants to go Queen F5, maybe. No, I don't know. He wants to do something. I'm not sure. Why didn't you throw in that move? What was wrong with that? Maybe there was something wrong with this move. By the way, yeah. So Bishop C1. There must be something wrong. Can we check the engine, or is it too lazy to check the engine? Maybe Queen F5, and then if you take on F6, I go Bishop D5. No, that can't be it.
Could I just take your pawn?
Yeah, also possible. And if you take on F6, I take on...
Then I thought maybe Queen F5.
Or maybe just take on C6 as well, also possible. Because then if Bishop moves, I take on B7.
Take on B7, get load of pawns.
Get loads of pawns. It's the sort of thing that Jack would play, and he likes creative lines, and he's a very scary player, because if he gets on a roll in these kind of positions, he'll just play instantly, and you're spending ages trying to work all these complications out. and he'll just go boom, 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 boom.
3 pawns for the rook. Apparently bishop takes c1 was the best move, Danny.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't try it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was a little bit afraid. So he's gone for bishop b4, which kind of feels like a slight, taking on f6.
So taking on f6, rook d1 attacks the bishop. Bishop runs away.
Yeah.
Now white's taken on d5. Kevin Winter, I don't understand.
Well, how many pawns have we got? 3 pawns already, or is it just 2?
We've got 2.
We've got 2,
We've got 2
but
pawns.
the black position isn't looking great because the pawn structure's fractured on the king's side. Got a very powerful
I
bishop
like his
on.
next move as well. Cuts the pieces off.
You know, another move I was considering here was queen f5 with a very transparent idea that if you go knight e7, I go bishop takes. Oh no, bishop takes f7 doesn't work. Sorry.
No.
So yeah, c5 is a clever move by Jack, and actually the engine is saying that white is better according to the chess 24 computer. I think Harry is in a very dangerous position here against Jack Rudd. Actually, one of the ideas is you cut that bishop off on b4. So now you want to, if b6, I can meet that with queen e4, hitting the knight directly.
d6, queen e4, and that queen e4 is good because what essentially white would love to do is reset this bishop somehow.
What, to e4?
Well, it doesn't have to be to e4. It could be just as good on c2 or d3, but queen e4 here obviously gains a tempo, and then okay, obviously if queen a4, then bishop e3 is another tempo gainer.
Because now the point is you don't have knight e7, so because you've gone c5, the bishop on b4 is not connected with the knight on e7. So how do you undermine? How does black create counterplay now? I mean, this looks like a very dangerous position for Harry. You know, and it feels like the sort of position where white probably always have a bow out with some kind of perpetual check. Not that Jack would ever go for a bow out.
Yes.
You know, he's not that sort of player. He's very, very, what's the word? Combative, or yeah, he's a very aggressive player, I would say, Jack. You know, very dangerous player.
So what is white black going to play here? Perhaps something like queen d8? At least that gives me my knight e7 if I need it. And then if you move your bishop away, which I think you probably do you even put it here and try and take the pawn?
I don't know. Yeah.
Looks sensible.
Yeah. What was wrong with queen f5, for example?
Yes.
Queen f5, knight e7.
And then check, because b7's then hanging. I don't know how relevant that is, but I get yet another pawn with b7. And then I continue.
Yeah.
Say, well, I then got 2 connected pass pawns.
Did you have a comment?
Can I play knight g6 and defend that way?
Can do. Take this one. And we got 3 pawns.
It says here, Jack played very well at the Wood Green Invitational a couple of weeks ago, so maybe he's in form. You know, he's just apparently got 4.5 out of 5 against 2400 average, beating Jonah Willow, Souza. Not a player I'm familiar with, but apparently he's a good.
Portuguese, I am 2450.
Okay, right. But yeah, I think it's a dangerous position for black. I don't know what's gone wrong. I think he should have taken on c1. Not sure what the evaluation that was, or how much Jack had even prepared this. But I generally tend to find with Jack, a lot of it is over the board inspiration. The preparation only goes to a certain point, but he's a very talented player, so he will find. Obviously, the problem with Jack is he tends to play a little bit too quick, right?
Yeah, he doesn't really have a stop.
He doesn't have a stop button
when he needs to stop.
Yeah.
It's when he really can sit and think. He gets a critical position. He needs to sit and think, and he just keeps going.
That's right. But he's a talented player.
Extremely.
I mean, you know, he will. The one thing he will do is he will come up with moves quickly. So you know, generally the onus is on you to handle the pressure, because you're going to be down on the clock. He said Jack on move 19 had his longest think of the game at 3 minutes. I wouldn't count Harry out yet. So it's an interesting test for Harry because, you know, this is the first time in probably the last 2 British Championships where he's really been under pressure. With the black pieces, certainly. I remember the last British Championships, he was very, very well prepared with black. He got comfortable draws against Nick Purton, Keith Arkle. So, you know, this is the first, so it's an interesting test, I would say.
It's really finding it hard to find a good move here for black.
Well, it probably isn't a good move. It's probably just, I mean, this is one of the hardest situations in chess. You're worse, but obviously the game has to continue and you have to just find a way to limit the damage. And I think that's a real test.
Yeah.
You know, how do you handle that situation?
Could I play
King G7
Yes,
feels
that's
like a
what I
move
thought.
I would
King
certainly
G7.
consider. And maybe the idea is at some point white goes Rook B1 to create some problem with the black pieces, so that suddenly moves like Queen C4 are threatened.
Yeah, I wondered about that. Just trying to then switch plans and go after that bishop, and obviously behind it the pawn on B7. I mean, I don't again see why we can't go here.
You could certainly do that as well.
And again, the same sort of thing: knight F5, Queen G4, and bishop takes B7. And have
Yeah,
the 3 pawns.
I'll be honest, I'd feel really uncomfortable here as black, especially against someone like Jack, who I know is a very dangerous attacking player.
Play King G7 anyway.
I don't know, it was just a suggestion, James.
I'm not.
Well, guards the pawn on F6.
Are we allowed to ban people from the commentary room? No, I'm only kidding, I'm only kidding. By the way, James has got a quiz prepared. He's going to...
I see. Okay.
We've got a general knowledge quiz that come in at some point, guys.
A chess general knowledge.
Well, it could be any kind of general knowledge. If anyone's got any general knowledge questions they want to send...
Let's move on to another game
Yeah.
as well.
By the way, I've got a question. I've got a general knowledge question in a minute if anyone wants to know it.
Okay. So we're going to look at board 3. This is the game Adam Ashton versus Daniel Fernandez, who
Yeah.
we talked about quite a bit yesterday in terms of
Yeah.
you think he's got a good chance here, British.
Well, I mean, he should have. Is something wrong if the number 3 seed doesn't have any kind of chance,
Well, of
right?
course not. No, of course.
So you'd hope he has some kind of... But obviously, Adams is the big favourite. And somebody would need to prove that theory wrong. And, you know, as we've already established, since 1989, nobody's been able to do that. So, yeah.
So E4, C5, knight F3, E6, and now Adam has changed the nature of things a little bit. We're in an Alpin, E5, knight D5, D4, take, B6, knight C3, take, Queen C7 has always been regarded as a useful move here for black, just pushing the bishop to D2 because it's the most satisfactory way of defending the pawn.
Yeah.
D6, bishop D3, knight D7, trying to force white into playing at some stage pawn takes pawn, castles. So that is a well, it's a sacrifice, I suppose, of sorts. But
Yeah, but I think it's quite typical for white to sack pawn in these kind of lines. Like takes, he wants rook e1. Generally, you do get a lot of play for the pawn.
yeah,
And in fact, after bishop b7, rook e1 also feels like a move, right? Because I think in these situations, if you take on d6, let's imagine we took on d6.
Yeah.
Bishop takes. Let's say we just play a move like h3, right?
yeah,
Castles. Rook e1. This is already quite a good position for black. You know, I've had this kind of thing before. You can put a bishop on f4, for example, where you then create a positional threat of taking on f3. And if white was to trade on f4, you take out the queen. And suddenly c3 becomes a bit of a weakness, a bit of a target. So it's a kind of scenario that black wants. So white needs to do something, I think, fairly quickly.
yeah. He wants to maintain that something on e5 for sure. So rook e1 is an extremely sensible move.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would say it's slightly worrying that Adam is thinking here. So it's clearly, you know, you kind of feel like you need something prepared against this. The fact that he's spending time here is not very encouraging. It feels like he's out of his prep already, right? But he's a very solid player, Adam. He's been around in English chess for many years. He's from the Oldham area.
Yep.
Originally, I think he now lives near Halifax. So, yeah, he's a very experienced player. So, yeah, I think he'll probably go for rookie 1.
And we as black in this position.
Can we take on
might
E5?
consider taking on E5.
I think that looks like a natural.
Makes sense to either split the pawns, or if knight E5, knight E5, rook E5. As long as there's not, I'm not walking into something, then bishop D6. Although I might be walking into something, am I?
Not really, because bishop
B5.
C6, queen F3, there's rook C8.
Bishop here, queen here, there's rook C8, which is a good defensive move. And if I went...
Black has done well not to castle, perhaps, just keep his options open. Well, in as much that the centre is now clarified.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to castle queen side, so maybe.
This is the correct thing will happen in the execution.
Perhaps rook H5.
High castle, queen three.
It's a bit artificial, isn't it? You should play H6.
Yeah, I mean, you could play like this. I mean, also I've seen some scenarios where, let's say I went rook E1 in that initial position.
Sure, let me just go back.
After you take on E5, could I consider the move bishop B5, or is that just ridiculous?
Okay.
So now
So
I
if
wanna,
you take that one, then knight E5 is a bit of a...
yeah, I didn't
killer,
even
isn't it?
consider that. I was just...
Well,
yeah, it's a good
winning,
that's a
isn't
good
it? Because
response,
then
right?
actually, look at this, you go here now.
Yeah, you can't.
Everything
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
Everything's going wrong.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, knight 5 is a good response. You can castle queen side, but that looks a bit ropey. At least,
Yes.
very least, I can win the exchange. So,
So you probably want to get out of this pin as quickly as possible, I would imagine.
but bishop c6 is a good response. To be fair, that is a good.
Unless I can crank it up with queen a4.
You could.
Take. It's obviously not quite as effective to have the queen pinning the knight, so now I might just snatch your pawn.
Yeah. It's also a6 there as well, potentially, maybe just hitting the. But instead of let's say instead of rook e1, I tried knight g5. Is that too much of a cowboy idea?
Knight g5.
And if you take on e5, I'm sure I've seen an idea like this, and you either go rook e1, I'm sure I've played like this, maybe rook e1 or queen h5 or some kind of, but it was mentioned in Gallagher's book on the anti-Sicilians, and I think he said that black was at least equal, maybe better. Let's say you went queen h5 here, there's knight f6 actually, but queen h5, knight f6, there's knight takes e6 maybe?
I was just wondering about knight e6 here.
Oh, you want to go knight e6 pure caveman fashion?
Pure caveman fashion. I don't think it's working.
But I take and queen h5, I just run away, right? King d8
D8,
maybe?
bishop g5, and then you have to go bishop e7.
Right. But still, that's probably okay.
Just to show you, this was the move that sprang to my mind.
Also, queen
take
c6 d5, right?
here,
Yeah.
and then g6. I think I'll take that and take on h8, and how good that is, not sure, but it looks like this one is good enough for black.
It says here, by the way, in the chat, that Adams is winning already. Should we switch
winning
back
already?
to that game?
Okay.
Wow. The guy doesn't mess around, yeah? Mr. Dong is going to be deposited.
Wowzers.
Oh, hang on. What the
what's-
hell's happened here?
what
So maybe you did
has
go for your
happened
bishop
here?
g4
You went
move,
bishop
right?
g4. h3. That looks
Can't be
incredibly
a good move. That can't be a good move. Come on, man.
incredibly provocative.
That's a very strange move. I mean, what do you expect he's going to do here?
Take, knight. Okay, queen g5 check.
Oh, maybe he missed at king h2. There was knight takes f2. That's probably what he missed. He probably blundered and thought that king h2 here was a good move.
Right, okay.
but forgetting about knight takes f2. Because you wouldn't really want to play this. He probably he calculated this variation and thought, well, knight g5 is nothing, I'll just go king g2. But queen g5, I go king h2, and then your knight has to go back. But obviously...
So we'll just put that on the board. So here we can take on f2.
And if rook g1, then there's probably queen h4.
Queen h4.
Not very interesting. Yeah, this is looking good for Adams. Like, it's more or less a rest day. If he wins this game quickly.
So after king h1, queen h5, which is what's happened, then the point is that if you take my knight, I'm just going to take this pawn, I think, and go f3.
So the only move to keep the game going is probably king g2, but then there's knight g5, right?
Exactly, yeah. So now after queen h5, king g2, knight g5 happens.
There is a queen d5 in here, but I don't know if that really improves the scenario. Probably doesn't.
There's also rook f. Oh, there's queen. Yeah, there's queen case. So queen. So queen takes d5. Let's do it now if we're going to do it. So we can do it now, and we can actually take a knight. But I don't think it's going to help because after this and rook f5.
Yeah. There's rook h5 after bishop f4, right?
And yeah, and it's I don't know if it's surprising or not, but after this and this, there's.
But Nizahi, who is good friend of Mark Hebden, Shabir, Okai, I thought he'd be playing actually because he's from Leicester himself, Shabir. He said that king h2 was actually a better try because after that line with knight f2, he got bluffed out. Apparently bishop f1, there's some compensation there.
So rook g1,
queen h4,
bishop f1.
Bishop f1, and you're still playing.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. But you could have I guess inserted queen takes d5 in that as well.
Yeah, but I don't think the black's necessarily worried about queen d5. I mean, we're worried about queen d5.
He might be using that as a way to bring his rook in.
Or knight e7 tempo, but I think it's more the issue of whether you can prevent checkmate or not. Yeah, he said he would have played if he could get out of work. Well, chess players, we don't have to worry about work, right? We just, we don't even know what work is. Queen h5. Yeah,
another take on d5.
I can take on d5. Let's say I take on d5, king ha.
King ha, and then I play king g2.
But still knight g5 is probably very strong, right?
And then knight g5, because now if you guard your h pawn, you're going to walk into something like rook d8.
And if f3 drops, it's going to be bad news. And if you go h4 instead of rook h1, then probably still rook d8 or knight e7 or something.
h4, so the point is there. If you take it, then rook h1 is a nice move, but we just ignore it.
Yeah, you're going to be in big trouble. I mean, you can give up the queen, but I don't think you're going to get enough for it, right? Yeah. So I think this is going to see something like this where white, just to avoid a checkmate, ends up having to give up the queen. But yeah, a poor game by white, I would say, to be honest with you. I've seen him play much better than this, but I think it's very intimidating when you're playing Adams. On board one, so experienced, is expecting to do well. I know from personal experience it can be a very intimidating situation. So, it's looking good for Adams to win and move very smoothly to 2 out of 2.
Okay, so we're now looking at Eldar Gasanov versus Andrew Ledger, board number 4. And we'll go through the opening quickly. So we had Grunfeld. Bishop d2, rook c1, a6. Okay, stopping bishop b5, I guess.
Slightly curious move.
Slightly. Bishop e2, h6, bishop h4, queen d7. Another slightly curious move.
Yeah.
Castles. The plan is to play e5. And you don't want to go to d6 because knight e4 is going to hit your queen.
Right.
So e5 takes, knight takes, and knight e4. That's the position that we've got.
Yeah, knight e4 is a nice move, just hitting on that f6 weakness. Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Yes. Combination of the obviously this rook on c1 targeting that pawn. You typically, you know, you might have to think about c6 at some point, but then
I think c6 here runs into knight f6, right?
knight f6.
Big problems.
Yeah.
So I think you need to deal with this knight f6 issue.
Okay, let's deal with that. Try and deal with that one first then.
So I could consider g5, but then that's running the bishop. Yeah, I think something's gone wrong here in the opening for black, because it feels already like Andy's under. This a6 move seems a bit slow to me. I always find as a Greenfield player, I've often played a Greenfield myself. So when they play these quiet systems, that's often the most dangerous way to play, because we all know what you're supposed to do in the main lines. But when they play quiet stuff like this, where they're just building up and they're playing this kind of bishop d2, taking and then go bishop d2 is slightly unusual. You know, it's not really been worked out how black is supposed to play. So I think Andy's under a bit of pressure here again. Queen f5 a move, but then the problem in c7 is starting to become weak. It's queen f. Let's try queen
f5. And I just go, let's say, knight back there, and just try and take your your c pawn.
But I could take and go queen e5 maybe.
Take queen e5.
Now I'm ready with g5 and trapping your bishop. Of course, you could go back to e4, right?
I could go back and then
you
prepare
could go
bishop
back, and
to
I'm
g3. But now, at least if you wish to, you could have this b2 pawn. It should be something.
That's true. Very true.
Definitely be something.
I must admit, this is a position I've never seen before, and it's only.
So,
how many moves are we into the game? 94. Only 14 moves into
yeah.
the game. I've never seen this position before. Anything like it. It's a very weird kind of position, but it seems to be reasonably effective for white.
Could I play f5? That does stop knight f6.
True.
I imagine you're going to put your knights on c5 now.
Yeah.
Which, again, from black's perspective, does mean that he's not got the c7 pawn to worry about.
Do I have to go knight c5? Let's think about other ideas. What about knight e5?
Knight e5. Okay, take that one back.
Okay, now can I do something like just queen b3 check?
Okay. And if I move my king away.
Now start hitting your queen like rook d1.
Rook d1. Okay. Right. And
I just want to go like bishop g3 and then somehow weaken your defense to c7. So I've got this tactical trick in mind to go bishop g3.
Right. So I was thinking of queen a4 to get those queens off.
Yeah, I'll try this bishop
you'll
g3.
do this plan, won't you?
I don't even do I even need to, oh, take on e4, right?
Queen.
Yeah, now bishop d3, right.
And bishop g3 now.
Yeah.
Nice use of the bishop to save the day there.
Well, you can take and then go c6, but it's, yeah, not ridiculous, but it kind of feels, this whole f5 move feels a bit
loose.
Feels very loose, and you're very underdeveloped. I don't know if there's a direct tactical refutation, but I would be reluctant to consider f5, I'll be honest with you. It feels too loosening, unless there's really nothing else. You know, I feel like my position's already too loose, and I'm making it looser. We're getting back to the Pussycat Dolls song again. Loosen up my buttons, baby. Oh, by the way, does someone want to hear my general knowledge question?
Yeah, go for it.
Can anyone tell me, who, without Googling, who the richest, I looked this up earlier, who the richest person in the world is? He's world number 2.
Elon Musk is number 2, is he?
He's worth something like 236 billion. Slightly more than I've ever won in chess.
And that's probably, he's probably down quite a few billion, isn't he, from his highest level, I would imagine, Elon Musk?
Not really. I mean, it's a staggering number.
Money.
It used to be the Shah of Iran.
I think you're going back to the 1970s, right?
That's why you forget.
We've moved on a little bit, James.
Thank you.
What about anybody in the chat? Can you give us any help?
Loosey Goosey, someone's
No,
gone
that's
for.
I think a different.
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett, the Sage of Omaha. That's incorrect. He was the richest
Musk
man in
says
the
it's
world.
Putin.
No, that's well. I mean, not according to Google anyway. According to Google,
About a hint, is he in the tech space?
sorry,
Is he in the tech space?
who?
The richest
Oh,
man
yeah,
ever.
not really. No. Yeah, some French. Kevin Winter's got it right. Some French guy. This guy called Bernard Hinault is worth 2 billion more than Elon Musk at 238 billion.
What does he do for himself? Well, obviously not for him. Well,
Wait,
doesn't
some
need
kind
to
of
do
French businessman, some kind of conglomerate, is in charge of some kind of conglomerate. I can't actually remember what he does, but shall I look him up?
Yeah, why not?
Maybe we could email him and ask him to sponsor the British
Yeah, that's a
Championships.
good idea.
It put a dent in the.
And then put Stuart Rubens on here.
No, I'm getting mixed up. It's not Bernard Hinault. He's a former professional cyclist. It's someone Bernard anyway.
We're going to need more than that.
Yeah.
Right. Get the point.
Bernard Arnault.
Bernard Arnold. That's it. Yeah. That's.
Kevin says, perhaps I should take the queens off in this position. I know it gives your rook the d file.
No, hang on. It is Elon Musk. He's gone up to 238.4, and Bernard Arnault is number 2.
Oh, I was right. Do I get a book for that?
Yeah, you get a book prize.
Good old days.
Yeah, would.
If we had any books.
I think he's gone queen f5, Danny. Gone for your move there.
Yeah, I just felt like Bernard Arnault, by the way, is the chief executive of. Oh, he's Louis Vuitton, world's largest
he?
luxury
Okay.
goods company.
Do you own any Louis Vuitton clothing? Or travel bags? Anything like
I
that?
can't afford it, mate.
No?
Not on a chess player's salary. Queen f5. Yeah, I felt like f5 was just too loosening. So I think Queen f5 is a decent stab.
So knight g3 we could play, but is there something better?
Yeah, I feel like Queen f5 is probably a good move. So probably just about what you need to do here, really. So don't see any way for White to gain a big edge. Do you see anything here?
I'm just not sure which way that's knight really wants
Take on C7.
to go. He's sacrificing a piece. What's your idea?
I want you to take a pawn.
He didn't see that the knight was
Okay.
hanging.
Yeah, that's not.
Maybe knight fd2 might be on the radar.
Knight fd2, yeah. And then if
Sensible move.
perhaps
But if I just went for like c6, how bad is that? Like just defending the pawn.
yeah.
But I guess maybe now knight d6 might be considered by White. I don't know. Again, very hard to know what's going on here. It's a very unfamiliar position.
Yes,
You-
I wondered about could we even try and play for some sort of trap on the bishop.
Trap on the rook, you mean?
Sorry, trap on the rook.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, d6 is a little bit.
I think knight fd2 you're kind of reluctant to play because you really want to bring that knight to d4 and hit the queen directly with a knight, right? So can we do like queen c2 actually?
Queen c2.
Maybe that's the way. And now we get knight d4. I feel like White should be better here, but you need to play the correct moves. So queen c2 again is counterintuitive because you're blocking the rook from attacking c7. But if it's the best move, it's the best move.
So I could stop your knight d4 just simply by trading those knights off. That gives your knight on e4 a bit more support. Means you'll then be threatening to take on c7.
There's also an idea maybe White could go knight f6, and when you take, I take on f5, and then take back, and I get the two bishops.
Sorry, say again.
So if I go in this position, I might have a vague strategic threat of going knight f6 check,
Right.
bishop takes,
Okay.
and then I go queen f5,
Yeah.
and then they get the bishop pair with very nice position.
So okay, let's make some.
As we know, the bishop pair is the most important thing in chess, more important than checkmate.
Yeah. So for example, something like this.
Yeah, which would be unpleasant for black, although I've noticed as knight d3, I guess I could just move the rook somewhere, right? Knight d3, I mean, maybe trading is also good, but...
93, just rook here, no?
Yeah, sorry, I'm forgetting the bishop's defending b2.
Kevin Winter, I noticed a Ukrainian flag. Yes, I think we had this conversation yesterday. So Gasanov is Ukrainian, came to this country, I believe he's been here, living in this country for 12 months or just over 12 months. Hence he's eligible to play.
And not everybody agrees with that.
And not everybody agrees with that.
But, you know, I don't make the rules.
Okay, let's move on. And any more action in... Well, I think it was an interesting game, so let's see if we've had any more action in Jack's Rudd's game. We have. So we left the position after c5.
Yeah.
And we've got b6. He plays your queen e4, Danny.
Yeah, I thought that was a good move. Yeah, queen e4. Yeah. Because now knight e7 is not. So he's gone rook e8, which is understandable reaction. So I would
check.
speculate queen g4.
Yeah.
King h8 will be well. Actually, king h8 is f7's hanging. So I guess maybe you have to go to
king
f8.
f8, do you?
Is this a position? Yeah. Has he moved after queen g4?
No.
King f8 also looks like it could be tactically dubious for black. The whole position looks very,
Like,
very
what
wrong.
about something like this one?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is looking very dangerous for Harry. I think. I fear for Harry here. I fear for him.
And if the king goes the other way, bishop takes f7. Let's make another move, rook f8. I've got to stay in contact with this rook. And now, well, we could go just bishop e6 if we wished.
Yeah, he's still thinking after queen g4. So seems like Jonah Widder's got a good position as well. So,
Okay, so let's take a look. We haven't looked at any games past board 5 yet, so let's look at Matthew Wadsworth and Ankush Khandelwal, board 6. Big Wad.
big wad.
Yes, he was christened yesterday. So Ankush Khandelwal was a extremely highly rated player when he was very young.
Yeah, he's quite a good, very good tactician, I think. Quite a good blitz player
And
as
he's
well.
only come back to chess, I believe, in the last sort of 3 or 4 months.
Sure.
I played him actually in Nottingham not so long ago.
Right,
A very
right.
sharp game, and I asked him afterwards, you know, are you planning on coming back and playing a lot of chess? And he was like, yeah, absolutely, I am. I've got the bug back. I think he even played the European Championships, individual championships.
Oh, okay. Right.
Which is an extremely tough event.
So why did he stop playing and why did he come back? Well,
That's a good question. We didn't get that far in our conversation. The game was a long one.
right, okay, fair enough.
But yeah, he's here at the British, and what's happening in this position? 6, 7, so this looks like probably a French defence.
Yeah.
Yes, it was an advanced French defence. No, sorry, Caro-Kann. Can't quite see. Caro-Kann.
Yeah, this has actually become the most popular because back in the day they always just go knight d2, right, or knight c3, but now this has become the most popular way of playing against Caro-Kann. And h4 has become extremely popular. I mean, for example, a player called David Eggleston playing in this tournament, I've seen him play this way many times. Caruana has played this way with white. It beat Ferrugia in a nice game in this h4 variation.
And this check Danny out here on a5. The point is to play queen a6 if I block it
Possibly, yeah.
with bishop d2.
Yeah, that makes it. That's kind of a typical maneuver for black, or maybe even queen b6.
d6
But I
also
think
possibly.
queen a6 is very natural. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So black generally, in this kind of variation, it doesn't look like anything for white. But the point is that you are. But actually I think Wadsworth has actually solved the problems of the opening quite well. And maybe it's the first person I've seen who seems to have solved the problems of this opening, because he's managed to exchange the pieces, which has reduced white's space advantage. So bishop g5.
I'm a little bit surprised in this position here. Ankush didn't go b3.
What's the idea? Oh, b3, right?
Just to put my bishop on that long diagonal.
Right. And if I go knight c6,
Okay, I'll carry on with my plan.
and I go knight b4.
Will you?
No, hang on.
No,
I
you
can't
won't.
do that.
I think I can go c3 then.
Yeah, I can't do that. So, yeah, no, you're probably right, yeah. What was the problem with, let me have a look. See
Queen
what,
b6 you can play, of course. And maybe we can just bring our knight back to e7 if we need to get castled. But then this bishop on this square in conjunction with the knight on that square feels a little bit more like a better way for the pieces to be than the bishop sitting on g5 as the game. So we had c3, knight c6.
no, okay, go back, right?
Yeah?
I'm cheating here, by the way.
Oh, okay.
b3, knight c6, right?
b3, knight c6.
Bishop a3.
Is there some...
Queen
No.
c3 is the best move.
No.
Slight edge for black.
Okay.
Slight edge for black. I'm not sure why, but I guess the point is that how do you continue? e5 is being attacked.
Yeah.
So let's say you play something like rook e1.
e1, yeah.
That queen is irritating on c3. It's kind of really stopping your play.
Mm.
Maybe I could even consider rook h6 to g6.
Okay. Yeah.
So my king,
I was also wondering
Yeah.
if you could...
yeah, maybe come back to that knight b4
Go
idea,
in
but
with that one.
I don't think you need it, right? I mean, there's no real threat for white.
Yeah.
The thing is, people panic too much when the king is in the center. But look at the position. King on e8 is not being attacked.
Mm.
It's very, very solid.
And
The centre's
castling,
closed.
actually castling queenside is not even such a
No,
silly,
it's not
a-
stupid
not a
at
silly
all,
move
right?
at all.
It's not
Just-
stupid.
Just put the king there.
And
if
probably that's what
necessary.
you should do.
Yeah.
And then maybe break
This
and
queen is just
counter-attack
really
later with f6.
strong. Okay.
Yeah, so I think even though that's a valid alternative, apparently that wasn't giving any advantage either.
Bishop g5, rook c8, rook e1, queen b6, b3. Okay. I think he was probably a little bit reluctant to go b4 just because it gives away the c4 square. I imagine then knight e7 would happen. And, well, okay, we'll have to start by defending that pawn on d3 somehow. Perhaps something like queen d3,
Rook c4.
rook c4. And if I attacked you, you'd go over to g4, would you?
Yes, why not?
D7.
Possibly king d7, yeah?
I just like the idea of doubling the rooks before I got too excited.
Though this one, oh yeah, okay. Can't move this pawn, which I'd like to do.
It feels like Black's played this quite well. You know, at Wadsworth, it shows again he's very well prepared. You know, he's aware of this h4 line. Obviously, you would have to
Actually,
be.
Yeah, this could be problem, could it?
Why is it a problem though?
What are you going to do?
Don't know. Just make moves. Just what I normally do.
Sack the exchange?
Do I have to? Probably have to, do I?
I think you have to.
We'll go back. Maybe not. Maybe rook c4. But it feels like, you know, black's absolutely fine anyway, right?
Yeah.
You know, maybe not even knight e7. Maybe there's other moves instead of knight e7. After queen d3, I could consider other moves as well. Maybe a5 first, right?
A5, kind of get that queen secure, then knight e7.
Yeah, or even knight b8 to beat to d7.
Right. Okay.
And then I'm
and
kind
because
of
the position is so close, we have the time to, if we wish to.
I like black here. I like black a lot.
Wish to
This
revisit
is kind of like a Caracan player's dream, you know. It's like you're shutting all the play down. This is what Caracan players love. They love to shut down the play. They're kind of anti-chess players. They hate it when their opponents get any kind of play. That's why they're scared of playing a Sicilian, because they had all these traumatic experiences in the past where they got mated in a Sicilian. So they're like, right, I'm going to play the Caro and just bore everybody to death.
Do you know about raiding, Danny, on Twitch? We've got some
Raiding?
raiders joined us
Oh, nice.
from Alexander Samanganova.
Oh, nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If you've kind of donated these raiders to us, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with
I'm
raiding-
familiar with the name. I think
the
this is quite a
raiding
good
party
player.
works,
This is quite a good
but,
player, yeah.
I don't quite know how many viewers we've actually got in the chat. We can't see. Can anybody tell us? Oh, 128 people welcome raiders.
Right,
Thank
cool.
you.
No, 108. No, that's
550 we've got.
yeah. We've got a lot. We've
That's
got a
good.
lot. People love my commentary, yeah, and they like you as well.
They're aware of your commentary, Danny, and your general knowledge questions.
Well, okay. What's the net worth of Kylie? No, hang on. What's her name again? Kim Kardashian
No idea.
or Lionel Messi? I looked all this up earlier. Should know these. David Beckham.
Well,
Let's-
go on. Well, let's start with your first question.
Let's start with the first one. What's the net worth of Kim Kardashian?
$3 billion.
Incorrect. Not that much.
Not that much. Okay.
Half an atom.
1.7 billion.
$7 billion.
Most of it is from a firm called Skims, apparently, which is some kind of designer firm.
Do you know who the richest female pop star in the world is?
Taylor Swift,
Nope. Nope.
Dua Lipa,
Nope.
Adele.
It is Rihanna.
Oh, Rihanna, of course. Yeah. I
She
should have
has-
that. Yeah,
she
she's
has-
got a company as well,
She's got a
right?
big company.
Well, who's
Yeah.
the richest chess player then?
Who's the richest chess player in the world?
Well, certainly not me.
Certainly not me.
Is it?
I heard Anatoly Karpov owned an oil well in Russia.
Really? I don't know if it's still there though.
Magnus?
It's probably Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura.
Or Danny Wrench?
I don't think it's Danny Wrench. Why would he be Danny Wrench?
Okay.
If he doesn't own chess.com, I think he just works for them.
Oh, okay.
But he has probably got shares in it or something. He's probably fairly wealthy, yeah.
About David Norwood? Is that?
Yeah, I think it's probably Magnus Carlsen, Nakamura. But I heard that Karpov was owned like an oil well in Russia, so he's probably fairly
Got
rich.
lots of stamps. I don't think that.
Anyway, I think we've kind of gone.
Yeah.
We've gone off the beaten track of all this net worth.
So this is a current position in front of us. Queen d2's happened. And
Yeah, it
the
doesn't
knight on
feel
D-
like any problems for black. What about just knight g6?
knight g6. Okay.
Hit the pawn.
And I think I'll probably go g3.
Now I'm going to castle. I'm not sure if you go knight g6 actually. Maybe you go knight c6. I mean, knight c6 would obviously be the other move on black's radar to just attack the d4 knight, which is a very strong knight.
c6. Yeah.
And the more exchanges you have, the simpler the position becomes, and the easier your task becomes. But there
I
is,
now play something like rook e3.
yeah. Good move, actually. Rook's always good on that kind of rook lift.
Yeah. Black might just try and firm things up here on the
Okay,
king side.
could I just castle instead of going knight? Why do I have to go knight c6? Why can't I just castle now? Let's
Castle.
just get the rook into play.
Okay, I think I would probably still quite like rook e3.
Now I go knight g6.
No.
Well, queen g5, where there was a rook c3, James. And then queen e7, d4 was hanging. So, yeah, you could have gone. But I think...
Could I
Oh, I see what you mean.
here
Yes, sorry. Yes.
just go for rook g3 anyway?
Yeah, that's a good move, yeah. There's still some problems for black, but can I take on e5 and just call your bluff?
Take on e5, queen g5.
And then just go back?
Back, I take on h5.
Really?
Yeah.
And is rook c3 and queen d4 possible, or is that just too much?
Take c3, rook takes c3, queen takes d4, rook c1.
Take on h4
Take
somehow.
on h4.
I feel like I should have enough comp.
Well, I don't think you can.
Oh,
take
you,
with
knight
your
h4, knight h4 does rook h3, right?
Yeah.
Right. And
And
I've
if
got
you
nothing.
take with your queen, then I think I'll take those off. and
Yeah,
go rook c7.
yeah, it's too much, yeah. Okay, so you kind of bluffed me out, but how did we get all that? Maybe I don't need to take on c3 though. It feels like I should be okay. Go through that line again.
So that was castles,
Yeah, rook e3,
e3.
which is probably a good move, yeah.
and then I think you went knight g6. and I
Knight
went rook
g6,
I went rook g3.
rook g3. Possibly I could also take on h4 as well,
Is
right?
Queen d8 a good move? Just to,
Queen
no,
d8
no,
is
queen
also-
d8, knight e6.
Yeah, knight e5. So how did that work again? Knight e5, queen g5. Okay, knight g6.
g6.
But what's your threat? Queen h5. Like, so what?
Okay.
Just go rook c7 or something. Oh, you got queen g5, have you, or something? You're just gonna make me, are you?
Yeah, I think I'll try.
Maybe I should try queen d6 instead, Adam. Instead of rook c7, right? Let's try queen d6. Let's try and bring the queen over.
I'll bring the queen in here to defend. That looks like a good decision.
I feel like I should be okay. Really, you know, I've taken that e5 pawn, a very important pawn, got rid of that central pawn. Because generally in this variation, white's space advantage is what will win him the game. Funny, we've had some more moves. Oh no, we haven't had any more moves. Black is still thinking, right? Yeah. Okay.
Queen
Maybe
f4.
if you played rook a e1 and guarded the e pawn, you could still try the same rook left.
Yeah, and look here, you also threatens knight takes e6.
Well, obviously, yes.
Or, actually, I'm not sure it does because of rook e8, but
It says here that Demis Hassapis' net worth is disappointingly only 5 million. Demis Hassapis is a chess player who developed the DeepMind computer company, which is involved in artificial intelligence. And I think he sold his company to Google for a huge amount of money.
I quite like White's attacking chances here.
Really?
Mm.
What, really? I don't believe this. What about Queen F4? You want knight e6, do you? Yeah, maybe, but I still feel you're kind of bluffing me out here. I just don't really trust all this for white. I just feel like it should be okay, but yeah, maybe I'm too... What about e5? Let's try e5 then. I'm just going to keep calling a bluff. Queen f6. I don't buy any of it. Aha. And this is bad news for me, is it? You going h5 and...
I am.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't buy it somehow. Maybe I'll cheat again.
Okay, let's see what else is happening around the other boards. Had any results yet? Adams hasn't won yet.
He's plus 4.4.
Plus
apparently.
4.4.
So
Okay.
that's not looking good for his opponent.
Shall we check in with another game? Did you say Jonah Willow's game was quite
Yeah,
interesting?
yeah, vaguely interesting, yeah. By the way, the best move instead of Bates's B6 was my move, knight A6.
Right.
So that was the top engine move. But now he's clearly worse in trouble. So that's looking bad as well.
Okay, so this is Willow and Merriman. We'll probably just have a look at the position, just to see where we're at here. We've got 6, 2 for 6. So White's got the bishop pair, the most important thing in chess, Danny.
That's what I tell all my students. I say, you know, the bishop pair is the most important thing in chess, even more important than checkmate. If you don't get a bishop pair, you're never able to get checkmate.
Never going to do it. No, never been done.
It's more important even than having a high net worth. So whose move is it?
It's White's move. Black's just gone knight c5.
I think
This looks
quite good for black, this position, right? I don't know. I mean, I suppose you've got the bishop pair.
What are you
here.
going to do when I start opening up my bishop pair now? Well, if I can. Let's say I go there.
Queen G4?
Queen G4. And you're just going to go back to H5, I guess, are you?
I'll just go back to H5, yeah. Unless you're going to trap me. Or maybe you're going to trap me. You're going to go like H3, G4. Oh no, H3, G4, I'd drop H3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Yeah. Yeah, it feels like Jonah is doing quite well, actually. Because the bishop pair, not so great here, I don't think. It's very concrete play. Black is just going to take on D5. So White needs to come up with something quite quick.
Okay.
To try and, you know... You don't really want to take on E6 because that's really not even out of the position. Well, you could take on E6, but it doesn't feel like that's really... open up position in your favour.
Okay.
Maybe knight takes, right? If you take on e6 or take.
I mean, here, I think if I was going to do it, should I have done it here, maybe?
I mean, generally speaking, you know, there's lots of positions in chess where you can sacrifice a pawn for compensation with a bishop pair. But is that relevant here? I mean, is White got a line where he can just sort of like allow Black to take on D5 and somehow get lots of play?
Yeah, I was sort of thinking, could I get my bishop back to B1 and use that diagonal? But
yeah. What about knight E5? Is that a move? Just put the knight in the centre?
put the knight in the middle, and if I took your pawn now,
Just take back.
just take back, and if I now go after you, something like rook D8.
Yeah, I'm not majorly impressed by what White is doing. Doesn't look that great for White, right? Like D6, but then... No, he has gone bishop E5, which actually the computer doesn't seem to like. No, it's changed its mind. It still thinks it's about equal.
It's gone bishop E5.
Yeah, which was initial kind of jerk reaction move. Putting the question to the queen.
Yeah,
Queen H6 is also... feels like a Jonah kind of move, right? Queen H6.
keeps the knight protected, of course, so that does take away one option from Merriman, although I'm not sure how good it would be to give up the bishop pair in that situation. Looks quite a sensible move. And if you go bishop into D6, I imagine we can just go rook to D8.
Maybe I can go knight D4. The idea that if you take, I go knight F5, right?
Okay. Knight D4 with the intention if pawn takes, then suddenly this is a...
But again, I'm
good
not actually
square
sure
for the
that's
knight.
so great anyway, because Queen G5, like, so what?
Queen G5 though, can I check you and go F4?
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Possibly.
But then Queen H... oh no, Queen H4 you go back, do you, to F5? Right. Yeah, so it's still quite sharp, this position. I think Jonah is a guy who's improving slowly, you know, but he can have very good results. You know, I've seen him play really, really well.
Yeah.
And beat very strong players, you know. So I think for him it'd be important to get off to a good start because he knows he's got the potential to take down some of the bigger players in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
If he gets up there.
Yeah.
So, this is an important game for him to get a result in. You don't necessarily, like a draw wouldn't be a terrible result.
No, as
Yeah,
you said,
John's a good player.
John Merriman's enjoys playing the British, doesn't he?
Yeah, and his son, I think, plays as well. His son's a good player as
Yes.
well. I don't know if he's playing the British or the Major Open, but John's from the Liverpool area. Obviously, he's got like association with Gary Quillen. He's another very good player who's kind of from that kind of area.
Yeah.
He's gone Queen F5, which again looks
Okay.
very natural. It's an interesting choice because that's kind of allowing Bishop B1 with tempo, but clearly he's thinking Bishop B1.
Then we'll go to H5.
We go to H5, and now the threats against D5 are getting quite serious. So this is the downside of playing Bishop B1 is that you're weakening your control over D5. Yes, you can take on F6, but I don't think that's something that Black would fear at all. You just take back, and then you're ready with King H8, Rook G8,
Yeah.
and you got a very nice position. So I think overall, yeah, I quite like Black here, but
Don't think White's going to go in for that one.
no.
I don't even think White's probably going to go in for Bishop B1.
And I would consider move like Rook E1 here, maybe.
Q1.
I don't fear Knight D3 actually because of Bishop B1 then would be a very good response.
And are you playing Rook E1 because you'd like to play Knight D4?
I want to go Knight D4
Yeah. Okay. So
and
Rook
just
E1
try and generate some play.
takes, and then Knight D4. And now, if I try to swap the queens off with something like Queen,
But always I'll take on
I
F6
could go in
probably.
here maybe.
Probably I'll take on F6 though.
There you'll take on F6. Yeah. And then if I trade the queens,
I'm going to take on
Gonna
D5 at the end and have a very good
to
position, I
take
feel.
and have very nicely coordinated pieces.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think you need to maintain some kind of control.
Okay, so that one looks good, pretty nice for White. So Rook E1 looks like a good move. If it kind of follows up with Knight D4, could I take Knight D4, Queen D7?
Always I'm happy if I take on F6. I feel like, it's a
Gonna
little bit
have
reminding
enough
me of the Jack Rudd game, but
compensation,
without the piece
Yes.
sacrifice.
Like say Queen H5 for starters.
Yeah,
looks
yeah,
like a
this
good
is
move.
very nice. This is like a lot of fun. Like Rook E3, your favourite move is coming Rook E3.
Yeah, Bishop B1.
Bishop E1
Yeah.
is bad news.
Okay. So
Yeah, I like Rook E1 here. I don't, interested to see how John handles, because I think these next few moves, you often feel like in a game there's a critical moment. I sense a critical moment in this game coming up. White needs to handle the next few moves very accurately. If he doesn't, I think Black will take home the initiative and probably win the game. But if he handles them well, then he's got good chances. So I think Rook E1 feels like a good start.
yeah. Danny, we've been going not quite a couple of hours, but a fair while. So I think it probably is a sensible time for a break.
Sure,
Otherwise, our
sure.
eyes will go square.
That's right.
So we'll see you guys again in about 10 minutes or so, and we'll head off on a break. See you soon.
Cool.
Okay, so we're back and we have our first guest of the tournament. So we have Thomas Villiers here. He has just won his second round game. We looked at his game against Matthew Wadsworth in a little bit of depth yesterday, but he's here to show your win from round 2 against Toby Cox. And you were saying that you had to prep quite hard for this game.
Yeah, definitely. He's quite consistent, and I found that he played the same type of openings against practically everybody, but he seemed to know them in great detail, in great depth. So I was trying to find something that was a little bit of a sideline, but not completely ridiculous.
Right. Okay. So let's have a look at the game. So Thomas was white.
Yep. Yeah, so first few moves, just French classical, e4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, and knight f6. So I'd prepared for this, and bishop g5 seemed to be something he'd only faced a few times, so I thought, perhaps.
Okay.
And against bishop e7, I'd prepped a lot of stuff with e5, knight fg7, and a trade to the dark squared bishops. I know, it's a little not quite as exciting as the lunge of h4. My idea was to go f4 and then knight f3.
Okay, it's pretty standard.
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. But try and bore him to death, maybe.
Okay, but he chose another quite, maybe we'd say a bit more dynamic way to play here.
Yeah.
In that he took on e4.
Yeah, I thought he might be going in for a French Rubinstein, where he got knight bd7 was what I thought he may try. But I've had that a lot as black, so I know what to do as white to cause problems. But he went instead for bishop e7, which is probably actually a more popular move, actually.
And you were still expecting this?
Yeah, I hadn't looked at this as long as the other line, but I expected that this could be a possibility. So I'd prep bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight. So we're voluntarily giving up the bishop pair there, as we've seen quite a few times already in this championship. Black can take back with a bishop, and that's another option. I imagine we'll probably go knight f3, and if Black wants to now, he can drop his bishop back just to say, right, I'm going to preserve the bishop pair long term. But White's got a bit of initiative here, bishop coming to d3, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. He's lost sort of 2 moves with his bishop, so instead he chose to take with the pawn to try to, I guess, strengthen the centre and keep his 2 bishops around a bit longer. And I was still expecting this, so I simply played knight f3.
Knight f3.
F5 is the main line, so I'd
an interesting move. Maybe just keep in mind. I've played this move quite a couple of times. Queen d3 is quite an interesting move.
Yeah, I did look at it briefly.
Of coming over here, and then after f5, we do this. We bring the knight back this way as well. And there's certain points when d5 can be a little bit awkward for Black.
Exactly, yeah. If I could get that in, that's usually, like you say, very good.
Knight f3.
There was some famous suggestion of Spassky, and it was something to do with knight e7, b6, a5, a4, bishop b7, eventually try to get rook a5 and then queen a8 for Black.
That's almost like some sort of Budapest idea.
About this, but apparently it wasn't very good.
Okay.
But it's quite a fun line, though.
So f5.
Yeah,
now
I'd
drop your knight back this way.
Yeah, knight g3 is also an option, but I thought this was more kind of versatile, and also d5 being an annoying move for Black to have to deal with.
Yeah.
This would lend support. And he surprised me here because he went queen d6. I thought he was going to go bishop f6, which is more, I don't know, just more safe, and it tends to try and pressure the d4 pawn. Then if I push d5, bishop takes knight, giving back the bishop pair can be a bit annoying.
Okay.
So I was expecting this move, but
yeah,
he didn't go for this.
What were you going to do?
e5, Tom, can you just go e5?
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. It also supports e5 as well, so he has sort of 2 ways of playing it.
c6.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to play pretty similar to what I did in the game actually, which was
just like queen
d2. Quick castling and on the long side, and then eventually shove d5 at the right moment.
Right.
It's just when is the right moment is the key idea.
Kevin Winter in the chat asks, can I ask Tom, did you prepare for this tournament and how? Or did you just turn up and just prep each day for an opponent?
The latter. I've just come back from a tournament in France, so I came back last week, and in general I don't really like doing chess preparation for tournaments or playing blitz or rapid about 3 or 4 days before a tournament. I like to start fresh and just forget about chess for a couple of days.
How did your tournament in France go?
I came second actually, so pretty solid. Gained a few points. So almost came first. But
Where was the tournament?
It was in Paris.
Oh, okay.
So Paris Open.
Oh, right, okay.
And I'm playing a tournament in Belgium right after this, so I'm hoping to have a couple of days rest and then go straight to Belgium. So yeah, I'm trying to just do all the prep as it comes.
Your name suggests Belgian influences.
It does actually. It's historically yes, but for I don't know, maybe like 10 generations. Yes, I am playing Bruges as well. Yeah, I'm playing another one in Belgium too, but Bruges as well. So quite a lot of tournaments in August. But yeah, the name is French, but
okay.
I'm not really. But yeah, he played Queen D6, so I just thought, okay, this can't be super critical.
I'm imagining, is it maybe designed so again he can play E5 if you play D5?
I was thinking this was an alternative, and maybe Knight D7, and perhaps even a bit like Danny was suggesting, some sort of B6, Bishop B7, and possibly castling long, or maybe even shoving A5 or some other kind of queenside play. That was my guess.
You can't then play your Spassky idea though, Danny, with the queen on D6.
Yeah,
you can't go Queen A8. Yeah.
I think you want A6 at some point just to stop Knight B5 as well.
Yeah, that was another idea I had. A bit like in the Scandinavian when Black goes Queen D6. Sometimes Knight B5 is annoying. Yeah, I think he played A6 around now as well. I mean, after my move. So I was trying to make that idea work of Knight B5 and some sort of pressure point on C7.
There's some interesting questions coming in for you, Tom, specifically in the chat. We'll ask them as we go. Don't worry about it. I don't think I think they're all
I know what you're referring,
referring to your amount of chess.
Sure.
Anyway, okay, Queen D2.
Yeah,
that's a really sensible move.
Yeah, so you went prophylactic with A6. I just felt this was wrong because I'd prepped several lines here, and none of them featured this idea of A6 B5. So I'm assuming either it's too premature to shove the pawns, or it's just something I completely missed. And I thought, okay, if it's something I missed, at least I'll learn something. I'll let him shove. I'm not going to play A4.
Okay, so Queen E3.
Yeah.
And now you'll presumably, if you get a chance, you will play D5.
Exactly. Yeah, it's designed against D5, and also the rook now points at the queen, so I've got some vague tactics of rook D1 takes D6.
Right, and now D5 does indeed come. And I was thinking that this might have been another reason why this queen might be on this square, is that there's a little nasty idea coming up, I think.
Yeah, I thought that Knight D7 might be a slight inaccuracy. I thought maybe Bishop B7 was better because it took out some squares for his queen. And I thought he spent maybe 40 minutes thinking here.
So what we're saying here is we're saying that this move that you played next, Bishop takes B5, he must have seen before he played E5.
Yeah, I think he was.
Or perhaps he just didn't see anything else.
Yeah,
other than E5.
Yeah, because I thought that he was spending ages in order just to do something a bit unusual, like maybe castles or maybe B4 or some other move that is not as committal but does give him a bad position after maybe D takes E6, but perhaps he can hold on.
Can you go Queen B6 instead of E5?
Yeah, the Queen B6 was another option, I thought.
Is that bad?
No, I don't think it's bad at all. I think this is definitely an option.
And if Knight D4?
Knight D4 is what I was thinking. I didn't analyse this in great detail, I will admit. But maybe he has some strange ideas.
Perhaps.
Yeah, some knight move. I just feel like his king's so sort of potentially exposed in the centre that I feel like I have to have something. But maybe it is an illusion. Maybe there's nothing in this position. But it looked interesting, and I like interesting positions.
Yeah, it looks your pieces are in the right sort of part of the board to drive down the middle, do something.
Yeah, and if I have time, I might even be able to play Bishop E2 to H5, possibly, to try and attack from all sides. But yeah, he chose the sort of last stand with E5 and hoping he can hold it together.
So the point here is, because the queen's on E3, knight takes, and this queen cannot now play either here or here, because we'll just take it. So
that was
even
my idea,
here,
I think we'll
just take it. And play, so
Yeah,
knight
probably
takes.
knight takes. Yeah, knight takes.
C7.
And I was thinking maybe even d6 after he moves the king.
Right.
Could be not maybe here, but it could be a possibility to do this. But maybe d6 now. Yeah. And if bishop takes, then knight takes a8 is possible.
That looks extremely sensible.
Yeah. I mean, I could also just cash in knight a8 and then take on e5 instead of going d6. But this looked kind of fun to have with all these pawns on the queen side that I can immediately start shoving.
Yes. You've got your choice there, haven't you?
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
it's at least something for me. But yeah, so he didn't take. I was very surprised. I thought once he'd gone in for this, he would have to accept the sacrifice and hope he had enough. But I think his idea was that he's trying to block the centre as best he can.
Do you think maybe he missed bishop c6?
Yeah, I think that's what he missed, because I expect he was thinking that bishop takes d7 was forced, and then I've truly given up all my bishops for knights, and then despite being a pawn down, his bishop pair can be very strong. Even if I win the extra pawns, the centre will open. But bishop c6 is very
in this
strong.
way, you're not only are you having an extra pawn, but you've also got threats of your own here, and he's got to try and parry those somehow.
Yeah, he's got to react here. I even thought he might give up the exchange before playing rook b8, just play pawn takes f3 and desperately cling on, but this looked absolutely horrible, so I didn't really spend a lot of time analysing this.
Yeah,
it looked horrible for black to play this. So yeah, I think he played the only thing he could with rook b8, and like you say, knight d4 looked very sensible to play. I was expecting that perhaps he was going to go for broke with some sort of queen b4 and desperately attempt a queenside attack. And I wasn't entirely sure if I should even parry the threat. I was thinking about knight takes f5, making it more interesting to destroy the centre and let my king side, my queen side.
It makes a certain amount of sense in that you've now created the threat of rook b1.
Exactly, yeah, rook b1 and all the rest of it. So I was thinking about this, but if I have to, I'll play knight b3 and just hold everything together. And
knight a4 it says as well.
Oh, the engine knight a4, interesting. Yeah, cut stops bishop c5. I did look at this briefly, actually. I don't know if I'd have played it, but it was in my head.
You just go c3 and you solidify.
Yeah, exactly. Hold everything together and then continue the attack.
It basically says earlier that the huge mistake was going after d5. The best move was knight b6.
Knight b6, interesting. Okay, I did look at it for a few maybe a minute.
Also playable, but e5 was a huge.
Yeah, I thought he couldn't take the last stand. I thought he had to just let me get a slight advantage. I don't know, maybe the engine just thinks he's absolutely dead equal, but I thought that this at least gave me some edge after pawn takes pawn. Because of the fact he can't take with the pawn, he has to take with the queen, doubled isolated pawns, and then maybe I can even play knight d4 or knight e5.
Yeah, I was thinking knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 looks good. I hadn't seen any further than this, but I thought this was still...
I don't want you to lose your queen there on that diagonal, that's the only thing, Tom.
Yeah.
I don't think you will. I think you'll be alright.
Queen f4, yeah, also just avoiding the queen trade and keep as his king's in the centre and weak.
But knight b6, how do you play instead of knight f6?
Knight b6 instead of knight f6. Okay, yeah, that's another option I briefly considered. Can I still not take on e6?
Take with the queen,
yeah. And I guess now the bishop has more scope to hit g5 in some fantasy variations, but I don't really think that's going to happen.
What if I was to play here queen d4?
Bishop f6.
With queen c5.
Oh, that's a nice infiltration idea, yeah.
Actually, after queen d4, castle.
Castle. Okay.
It's like that. Is it Korchnoi or something who said once he went up to an arbiter and said, "Can I castle if my rook's attacked?" And I think it might have been, maybe it was some other famous player, and it was just funny he didn't know the rules.
Okay. Let's get back to the game.
Yeah, it's not much longer.
That's a famous story.
So you went knight d4, he went queen e5 to cover his pawn.
Yeah, I was originally planning if he went queen g6 or something, I was going to go queen h3 possibly just to win that pawn on f5. But now he allowed me to play f4 to cement his bad pawns, and I'll eventually start picking them off.
So queen f6.
Yeah.
And g4, that looks like a nice move to undermine that centre.
Yeah, it was also designed against, in case he was trying to castle out of danger, I would take on f5 with the pawn, then have the g file as well. But now it was it was. I think it must be lost here.
I think it must
was
be
just
lost
how I
here
went.
as well.
I didn't see anything like checkmating, but I saw that I was winning at least some material with this.
King d8.
And then just grab everything. And the d file finally is useful for my rook.
So after rook takes, you would just take on
I think I would take on d7.
D7.
I could also play things like knight f5 as well, but this also wins. I think
There's
bishop takes
huge
d7.
amounts of very, very tempting moves, aren't there?
Exactly, yeah, knight e6 wins as well. There's so many moves
Yeah.
that I can play.
Okay, well that looks like a fun game for you.
Yeah,
So
fun, yeah.
congratulations. As I say, a couple of questions coming in for you, Tom, in the chat. You look like you've got a bit of a following here.
Wow, I'm surprised.
Have yet to play Tom's neat little Caro Can trap. Was this historic, or did he find it with a computer? Tell us about this. Or maybe you don't want to give away you don't have to give away your secret if you don't want to.
No, I was so that one was quite funny because I was really tilted. I'd lost the first 2 games in the British, with the second game being one I shouldn't really have lost. And then I saw my opponent always play the rock solid Caro-Kann, and I was thinking, what weird opening can I play to try and get him out of theory? And I remembered in the there's this idea in the, I think, the Tennyson Gambit, which is just without black playing c6. So if a knight f3, d5, e4 takes knight g5.
Show me.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just go about one.
Do you want to have the mouse?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, the mouse might be easier. So if just whether I can use it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, whether I can use it or not is a different question. All right. So if knight f3, d5, e4, sort of reverse Budapest Gambit, which is not exactly a good line for white. I remember seeing a line where after knight f3, d3 takes, and then bishop takes, if black plays something along the lines of h6, then you have this immediate knight f7 just completely winning, because if they don't take, they lose a rook at least, and if they do take, there's bishop g6, which wins the queen on d8.
Yeah.
So in that vein, I thought, oh, c6 is kind of a useless move in this context. So even though he plays the Caro-Kann, I can actually get this trick to work. So that was how the game started, with me immediately blitzing knight f3 and then trying to use my drama GCSE of like pretending I accidentally just played d4 and put the wrong knight there, and then thought, oh no, d3. And then he fell for it. And
did you do quite a lot of acting and
just a little bit? I don't overact it.
Hamming it up, yeah.
But it turns out there's a bunch of videos on YouTube of people doing this trap, and if I'd have actually known they were doing that, it would have saved me maybe about 3 hours of preparation, because I was trying for ages to find all sorts of weird moves, like the e4, c6, bishop c4, and all these other rubbish lines. Hillbilly, yeah.
Hillbilly, yeah.
But eventually I settled on this, and I got lucky that he hadn't seen it before or just forgot, and he ended up falling for it, so I won very quickly.
And just to make a couple of general questions, how are you finding the playing conditions here? How are you finding it's obviously early days, but how are you finding the tournament?
Yeah, I'm really liking it, actually. I like the setup in the room. It's fairly quiet. There's no drilling or anything next door. That's always a positive. Very good area around the.
Do you play the British Championships regularly? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've played maybe 8 or 9 years in a row.
Okay.
I've done the Major Open, I think, once, and every other year I was playing the main British.
Yeah.
So it's sort of one of the first tournaments of the summer for me, pretty much every year.
So tell us about the rest of your tournament schedule first, the summer there.
Dear. Okay, so just on Paris, and then a bit of the way through this. Then this finishes on the 30th, I believe.
Yeah.
And then on the 5th of August, I'm playing in a place I can't pronounce. I think it's Gerardsbergen in the south of Belgium. That's 6th to the 10th. And then the 12th to the 18th is Bruges of August. And then I'm playing in Tim Wall's Northumbria Plus 2000 Congress, so that'll be a bit of fun to play in that. And then after that I'm playing in a Congress in Wimbledon, right near where I live in South London. Okay. But that's only a 5-rounder, so not.
Well, it sounded like your tournament, your summer started with a good result in Paris, and we wish you all the best for the rest of this tournament and the summer itself. So thank you very much for showing us your game. Okay, so We've had a result in one of the games, Danny.
Yeah.
Ankush Kandawal and Matthew Wadsworth was a draw.
Oh wow. That is a surprising
And
result.
it's actually after night D4 by the looks of things.
Well, he offered a draw there.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm surprised at this by Matthew. I feel like that's just
You were
wrong.
quite happy with Matthew's position here, weren't
Yeah, but it's just the wrong decision because if you want to win the British, you got Adams is going to be ahead of you. You can't afford to take draws in that situation against somebody who's low rated. You got to take the risk. I feel. If you lose, you're going to get probably an easier pairing anyway, so you can bounce back. But I feel like when you're taking quick draws, Nigel Short mentioned this a lot in his book. Actually, he said, whenever he took quick draws, Kiasa, the goddess of chess, would punish him in the next rounds. He was talking about a situation where he started really, really well, like won his first 6 games or something in a quite strong event, and then he agreed a quick draw, and then of course the very next round he lost. I think he ended up winning the tournament anyway or something like that, but very, very important factor. I think, I'm surprised he's taking a draw. There's still plenty of play left. People are going to beat Adams. They can't afford this kind of strategy.
Shall we have a look at the Adams game and
Probably not
see?
going to beat Adams anyway. Maybe that's what they figured out. Looking at his play, I mean, he's been absolute terminator in this game. He's just
So we left this one
ripped the guy
after Queen
apart.
H5 on move 17,
Yeah.
and he did indeed take this pawn with check, King H8, Queen takes E4, and now he has to give up the Queen after Queen H3, King G1, Rook F5,
Yeah.
and he has to give it up now. No choice because of Rook G5 is bait and Rook H5 is
It's
the
pretty
threat.
hopeless, yeah.
So we have to take. And what have we got here for our Queen? We've got a bishop, a rook, and that's all we've got. Bishop and a rook, and our king's still open. Rook D1, G5.
By the way, Kevin Winter said, do you follow your own advice? That's a good point, actually. I mean, I have been in situations with British Championships in the past where I've taken draws. I think 2015 was a very good example where I was in a great situation. I started halving out. So I do think that, if you're going to win these tournaments, you've got to take a risk. It's a winnable pairing. I mean, Ankush is a good player, but that's a winnable pairing. Taking a draw in that situation, I really find a little bit surprising, to be honest with you.
And then in this position, there's a nice tactical shot, which is knight takes E5. You can't take that one because of rook takes D3.
Yeah.
That's the end of the story. Queen takes D1. So he has to give up the pawn, King C2, knight takes D3, rook takes D3, and the attacks on the position keep coming with C5 and white.
Well, the problem
You
is, if
wouldn't
you
think it's going to last too much longer here.
if you go bishop d2, I can go c4 and trap the rook, which is quite a nice detail, I think. And it's quite an amusing rook trap.
Yeah.
But you could try maybe bishop b2, pure
B2
desperation.
instead.
Clearly, position very bad.
Probably want to open the position, would you, with pawn takes pawn?
I think there's lots of different ways to win this. I think it's like, choose your poison. I mean, queen f5 would be another move that I would consider instead of taking, because that would threaten c4.
Yeah, I wondered if we were already kind of directly
Yeah,
getting
it looks
some-
winning. I think Dong will play on a bit because he'll try. The guy is a trier. Fair play to him, but it's too much. You can't survive. Adams, very impressive game again.
He's gone bishop A3.
A very impressive game, and he's clearly showing that he's the guy to beat in this tournament. He's going to be very, very hard to beat again, I think. Stating the obvious here. It's what I'm here for. Picking the favourites.
At least bishop A3 now. Can't go queen F5 because I'll take your pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, he's quickly given a check. Rook D2 is now forced.
And then queen e4 and
Queen E4.
dismantling. Yeah, queen e4, you have to go to b2 or somewhere, some ugly square. Yeah, I can take on d4 and win another pawn. Probably, yeah, I would probably take.
Take that one. Take this one.
Take
off.
that pawn and then just win another pawn. Technical win. Once you see a win, you
Just
don't
take
need
that
to.
one.
Yeah,
Well.
it's just winning.
Yeah.
It's not a very interesting game after the opening. I mean, the opening was quite interesting. I'll have to study that later, because I found the whole opening in that game very interesting. But again, very good preparation by Adams. He survives. You know, he's very good. He's like Teflon Don. He's surviving even dangerous chessable type preparation, right? He's very good at. You know, I think that's I keep saying this. I think it's one of the skills of being a good chess player. Is danger avoidance. You know. Avoiding your opponent's preparation. It's a game within a game, essentially.
Perped Bates, we left it after b6, which we didn't really like.
The computer said knight a6 was the top move, which was
Yes.
my suggestion. So I'm seeing the top. I should be playing in this tournament.
Yep, bishop e2. Okay, now bishop a6 is the point.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he went bishop a6. Oh, right,
Yeah.
okay.
Castles, queen d7,
He went bishop b7. I mean, this is very strange.
and
play.
back to b7. Yes,
This is
perhaps he
very
just
strange.
really just disliked. Just well, queen d7. Then of course is the question is if you do exchange on e2, how are you going to where are you going to place your knights
Well,
on
exactly.
b8?
It's very awkward. It's already very awkward. I think Richard didn't understand or didn't appreciate how dangerous the position was already. You know, and now this has already become very critical. Essentially, White's got everything he wanted. Queen b3 is a good move, so he's getting ready to put a lot of pressure on with the move a5.
a5, yeah.
I think that's the general idea. And so can Black try knight a6 here? It's just a position, right?
Yes.
I could try knight a6 maybe. Looks very passive, but
And
It's a move.
If I play a5 anyway,
yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, it's a very annoying move. Yeah, because if you take, I take with a knight, and then I'm hitting b7, and
and
Big problems.
could you do that and then try and argue that this knight is holding things together?
oh
on
yeah,
d4.
But
If I
isn't there there's bishop b5, take on b7, bishop c6 winning the exchange, right?
Ah, right. Yeah, that's good. Bishop b5, queen c7, knight takes b7, queen takes, and then this is clever move, bishop c6.
But you can go after bishop b5. You have queen g4, but then I have bishop e7 winning the other exchange. Ironically,
Yeah.
unless you have some kind of weird stuff with bishop c3 and bishop d5, but bishop c3, I think you just.
Bishop c3.
Oh,
yeah,
maybe you do
okay.
actually. If I take with a pawn, you have bishop d5.
Bishop takes d5.
Still f3, it continues.
Yeah. And then queen e6, no?
It doesn't continue. Yeah, maybe I went too fast with all that. It's interesting, but yeah, just in general, it seems like black's hanging on in all these variations, right? It feels
So-
like a dream Benoni for white.
Yeah. It doesn't really look like we can stop a5. You could go knight c7.
Yeah, I think like a move like e4, I would just really be on my radar here. You know, just e4, f4. If you know e4,
E4.
bishop g, preparing bishop g3,
Yeah.
and it's just so easy to play for white. You can make all these moves without even thinking, right? Like bishop g3, you know, hit the pawn. If you
Yeah,
defend the pawn,
somehow I have to, I think, get this guy defended. Can't afford to give him up. So, I don't know, rook d8. Oh, I can't even do that, sorry.
What about bishop a6 instead of knight c7?
Bishop a6. Back again to that square.
could set a world record for the number of times you've gone bishop a6.
He's
back to
actually
d7.
gone knight c7, but let's have a look. Bishop a6.
Something like knight b5 looks horrible for black as well, or bishop g3. I know Andy, he plays a Benoni. Actually, we had a game recently in a Benoni. I vaguely remember. Sorry?
Just heard that Harry Greaves game got very interesting.
Well, we left it when it was very interesting. It's been interesting for quite some time. So
Yeah. I mean, Harry, you know,
Straw.
Harry
right,
versus
okay.
Jack.
Well, we'll definitely take a look. Yeah, I mean, okay.
Sack a rook for a draw.
It's
Okay. We're all human.
yeah, of course it's possible. Knight c7 was played. Shall we have a look at that one?
Yeah, go for
while-
it. Yeah,
while we're here?
yeah. I think we think that Richard's in a bit of trouble. Hasn't solved the opening problems.
So, where did we leave this one, Danny? We left this one after a check on g4, didn't we? Quite some time ago.
Yeah, it said that White was better, but not winning. Maybe winning on a higher depth,
King
actually.
f8, he went. Queen h5, which was the move.
I think that's a good move. Knight d8.
Sensible. Knight d8. Queen f5. Okay.
Also doesn't look unreasonable, Queen f5. I don't know if there's better moves, but that feels like a...
Okay, so you wanted that pawn rather than the h pawn.
Yeah, Bishop
Take.
c3 is a good move.
Check. Bishop
Well,
g7.
I feel like Harry's done a good job here of surviving the worst because, as I was saying earlier, you know, this is a serious test when you're faced with a strong attack like this. Psychologically, it'd be very difficult to deal with because, you know that Jack is free rolling, right? You know he's kind of like, there's no pressure on him, and you know.
Yeah, Harry will definitely, well, I imagine in a position like this, he would be happy that his king is covered up.
I think you'd be happy to make a draw from here, yeah? I mean, it seems like that's probably what's happened, right?
Queen f5, rook c8, take, king e7, rook d1, okay, sensible. King
Still
runs,
looks really scary for black.
does look really scary. h4,
White king is so safe.
queen c5, bishop takes e6, queen b7,
Maybe there were better moves.
yeah.
Queen d7 feels okay though. Maybe queen d8 was also possible, right?
And if I look at like queen e7,
What about
Just-
queen f3? Why not queen f3, rook f5, right?
yeah.
Yeah, it felt like black was on the verge here.
Queen's dancing about. Rook takes e3.
Yeah, he should have allowed that. That was really good. Go back a move. I mean, come on, you know, you got a free punt here. You've already got 3 pawns for the piece. The black king is wide open. Yeah, maybe it's not winning, but it's just very practically awkward. To just allow this rook e3 with a perpetual is just
Careless.
very careless. Very poor, really, you know. Because, I mean, I'm not saying his position's winning, but practically speaking, you feel uncomfortable here as black, right?
Yes.
You know, somebody like queen g4, for example, just carry on the game.
Queen g4. Yeah. Okay.
Don't allow this trick.
I thought possibly black might go there. Bishop h6.
Well, can I go, maybe I can go rook d7, and if you take an e3, I've suddenly got queen g7 chat. I don't know if that's good or not. It's something that needs to be calculated, but it might be checkmate actually. It might be close, or at least close to checkmate. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's good or not, but, you know, you got to keep the game going here as White. I mean, to just go queen h... What is queen h7 threaten anyway? It's very transparent. It's threatening rook d7. It's just... It's kind of forcing black to take, but black would be very, very happy with a draw here.
And a draw is going to be the outcome.
Or maybe black would try and play on it, or take on g3 and try and...
Did he have to take the rook? Did he go on rook d7?
Sorry?
After rook e3, did he go on rook d7?
What, can we go back, sorry?
Here. Yeah.
Oh, rook d, yeah, but then rook check.
I can take this one.
Or take on g3, yeah. An even better check. Yeah, it's true, you're kind of... That's what I'm saying, you know, just don't allow that You know, probably white wasn't winning anyway. But you know, from practical perspective, you got a free punt at it. You've already got 3 pawns apiece. So in an end game, it's not clear that white would be in trouble anyway, right?
Yeah.
But with the black king wide open like that, I don't know what was the engine saying. Just out of, I'm intrigued to know. Instead of queen h7, what was the engine saying? Has anyone got any? Or can we check? Or are we allowed to just check that position?
And he decided to sack him.
Is it rude to check?
Well, I can't change this, so I can't.
Okay,
use this one,
maybe
so-
somebody on the chat can tell me.
About
0.8 after queen
0.8
g4.
after queen g4.
And queen g4 was the top move, was it, Shabir? We don't know. Yeah, it just feels like, you know, you got to at least try, you know, test. This is what I was saying, you know, you got to test your opponents. I was slightly disappointed with queen a8, apparently also good. Yeah, I was slightly disappointed with, I can understand Wadsworth's decision though a little bit more. He's black, he's playing a dangerous player. I think this situation is a surprising decision by Jack just to allow this easy perpetual when he could just have a free punt at, you know, the win essentially. It's a situation. This is what you try to engineer in chess. You want those situations where, you know, you've got like a free, you know, where you got that sort of degree of comfort, right? Where you're not under any pressure and you feel like you can play for a win without much risk.
And that was certainly one of those situations.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, this is the game Adam Ashton versus Daniel Fernandez. We left this one quite a long way back in the opening. Adam was having a think about what he wanted to do. We've gone quite a long way in, so maybe just take a look at the position here. Danny, see what's what. Material is balanced. The position looks quite balanced.
Yeah, I think this shows Daniel's style really. He's played quite creatively. He's slowly brought your king over to f8. You know, he's playing in that creative way that we know that he plays. He's brought his pawn slowly down to h4. He's kind of a player that's, you know, quite patient, I've started to notice, you know, and he's brought that rook to h6. You know, I was advocating that rook h6 in that other game, the Wadsworth game. But the big Wads never managed to carry out rook h6. But the big Daniel has managed to carry out rook h6.
The big D, should we call it?
The big D, yeah. So yeah, rook h6, yeah, and the king on f8. It looks quite good for black.
We always got to be a little bit careful about those pawns on c4 and d4 that they don't come under some pressure. But
whose move is it?
it's black's move.
Okay, yeah, I think it's very comfortable for black. I think black has somehow won the opening debate. I mean, the engine might just say this is equal, probably will say this is equal, but I feel black is psychologically at least probably won the argument. I would consider a move like rook g6 here,
Yeah.
rook d8.
Yeah.
Rook
I thought maybe rook f6.
yeah,
on
rook
F-
f6
put it
is
on F4.
fairly reasonable as well, yeah. I think I don't see any problems for black, but whether he can win the game, I mean, what you essentially want to do is
He had something a little bit similarly yesterday, didn't he? In his game
Daniel,
against
yeah.
Mohamed Ismail,
That should have been a draw that game. I checked that later, and apparently that was just a draw. But he just allowed Ismail just allowed his pawn to be captured for nothing, which was a bit strange. Yeah, Daniel's quite a good, you know, endgame player. So he's, you know, yeah. It was a very interesting blunder in the Ledger game. If you go back in that Ledger game
to where we had it, where we
where he went Queen F5, right?
Oh yes, okay.
Which wasn't a bad move, but he came up with an idea that we didn't consider, which was knight F6 check. And
okay, no, we didn't consider that.
And after bishop takes, he went knight d4, which is
Nice intermediate move.
very clever. So the idea is obviously if you move the queen, I take on f6.
Yeah.
And I got this 2 bishops looking like a very good position for white. So he played, yeah, so we show that, yeah, of course. Bishop f6, yeah. This is the kind of situation you want. We've already discussed this, that the bishop pair is the most important thing in chess, even more important than checkmate. So you can't allow this, right? So he played the right move, Andy. He took on h4. And after knight f5, bishop f5, there's a big blunder coming up. rook c7, and now apparently you've got to do something other than what he played, like rook d8 or something maybe.
Rook ad8.
Something like that, and apparently it's okay for black. It's not that bad.
Let me see if I can come up with a blunder.
It's a really bad, quite a bad blunder. I was very surprised that Andy did this actually.
I'm not immediately seeing how I can blunder.
Well, your pawn on b7 has been attacked, so how would you defend the pawn on b7?
Right, so I could defend it by putting my bishop on e4, but that looks like that's a really bad idea because of queen d4.
It's not quite that bad, but he went rook b8 in the game.
Okay, this one presumably, not to lock.
Yeah,
in.
and why is that? It's just, well, it's kind of an obvious why it's quite a bad move, I would say. It's kind of obvious. Because White's response is fairly obvious. This is why I was kind of shocked that he would do this.
Is he going to play queen d6?
No, just queen d4 winning the piece.
Oh, queen d4, of course, yeah.
So you're hitting h4, you're hitting e5, you're hitting b6. You know, black is losing material. So before that situation, black had 3 pieces for the queen, minus the pawn.
And
So
now he's only going to have 2.
essentially, yeah. So
I
essentially,
mean, he could play knight a8, couldn't he? But then,
queen e5.
yeah, exactly. You're going to get.
Maybe that's what happened, right?
No, he didn't do that. I was a little bit surprised. But he went bishop f6.
It's all pretty hopeless anyway. Yeah. I mean, essentially after queen d4, white was before that it was about equal, and after queen d4 was white was plus 5.5.
Wow.
After rook b8, sorry. So essentially the game was decided at this point.
Yeah. Triple attack. Someone's saying in the chat. That's right. Queen takes b6. Hello, Don. Hi. Yeah, good. Thank you.
It's really interesting that I think that he's seen Queen G4. He hasn't missed that before the move. He's thought Bishop F6 always deals with that. And when it's taken on C7, he's just not realised that the pawn was protecting the knight on B6. It's just
Right.
Queen G4 is not a problem.
Because he's not attacking that.
Yeah, and it's just that compartmentalised.
It's that strange a6 at Danny coming back to haunt him from the opening.
I'm not sure I agree with this. I know what Don is saying, but
And the interesting thing, do you know how long you took over rook b8?
yeah.
Because if he's come back said queen d4 is no problem, and then I was attacking my b7 pawn and he spent 5 seconds on rook a8, that is the time that he took on it that's the problem. But if he took 10 minutes on rook a8, I'd be surprised.
So you're saying he took 5 seconds on rook b8?
So that's what I'm guessing. I'm asking, can you tell?
Right. I don't know, but the thing is, I don't. In any circumstances, it's a very bad blunder. I mean, it's a very surprising blunder.
Think he hasn't checked his move. I was threatening.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah, that's often why people blunder because, as you say, they've got a mental idea of what the position was like before.
Yeah.
And then you go forward a move, and suddenly it changes, and you don't readjust, and you don't bother to check. So I think that maybe, I'll ask Andy later why he made that blunder, but obviously effective his game, regardless of why he did it, it's a game-losing blunder. But I can understand if it's quite a subtle idea, but the point is that Queen D4 is a really obvious move, right? Sometimes you blunder and it's because it's like a really clever move in response that you've missed, but Queen D4 is a move that really should be on your radar, right? You should see that as a candidate move for your opponent. So obviously at that point, he's not really calculating. He switched off from the calculation. Maybe he was a little bit unnerved by losing his queen so early in the game. Maybe he missed this kind of knight f6 check.
Yes, possibly.
Was he in trouble anyway after?
No, I mean the computer was saying it's okay, but over the board you don't know that. He might have just thought, actually I'm in trouble anyway. And that kind of unnerving could lead to another blunder. But
if he played rook d8, then queen d3 hits the knight on b6.
But it's going to be hard to escape against a guy at this level, from this position. I mean, the guy's a good player.
So we're just going forward to seeing where we're currently at. Rook d8, queen comes back to f3, bishop e4, little trick. but that's one looks like it's been seen because we can take on d8, queen e2,
Technical win.
rook c8, and white is having a think.
It's not a very interesting position anymore. You could just play any move and win the game. Just h3 or f3, and essentially you're just going to win this position without any effort. So yeah, the game was just decided on one move essentially. But that's disappointing from Andy's perspective. You should see if he bounces back from this.
Okay, so this was also quite an interesting game in progress. John Merriman versus Jonah Willow, and this is where we left it after this move, Queen F5, and Danny was suggesting here possibly Rook E1 as a pawn sacrifice. John chose a different way to go. He played Queen to D4.
Yeah, I wanted to get the knight to d4. I feel like that knight on f3 really isn't doing a great deal. So I would have, but I think Queen d4. The engine was saying it's about equal at the moment.
Knight to D7.
So it's probably not too bad.
Okay. Bishop to D6. Rook E8. D1. Eventually that pawn was captured and exchanged. Rook C8. H3. Rook E2.
Yeah, I feel like that. I was saying earlier. I was saying that John needed to show something over the last few moves. I don't think he's shown enough for me. I felt this was a key moment of the game. Not quite dealt with the problems of the position, and he's still under a bit of pressure, I feel. So, how do you continue here as white, right?
I was thinking probably Bishop B1.
True, but then the rook on a1 is not very happy.
Well, I'm going to
about that
move
move.
it again in a minute.
Queen d5 though?
Oh, you can just take on D5.
Yeah.
Yes. Can just take on D5. Okay.
Maybe I could go bishop b3, but it looks a bit awkward. See, another problem I'm starting to see here for white is maybe there's a move knight e4 in the air. Hitting the bishop on d6 and also hitting the pawn on f2.
Yes. Okay, so let's have another think about that one again then. Can't go bishop c4 because you're going to go...
So you'd love to have that queen somewhere else so you could go knight d4. This is what I was saying, I don't really like queen d4 because it kind of denied the knight that square. But, okay, we got to this position, so now we need another move. Yeah, you're right. Can we go queen f4? Is that just bad? I guess that's just bad, right?
Queen f4.
Because if you trade and go rook c2, I have knight d4, right? Oh no, but then you have rook a2. Ah, okay, so it's not so simple.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Yeah, with black's doing nicely here.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we only if you would like to join us. We have Mickey Adams here, who's obviously finished his game. Hopefully, finish your game. Do you want to take a?
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, what do I do? I just move the mouse.
Let me just organise things.
Yeah.
And okay, so you just do everything on this board, Danny.
Okay.
Okay.
You remember, I'm not very technically.
Okay, I'll be here if you need me. Put it like that. I think maybe you switch positions.
Okay, cool.
Is easiest.
Hello. How you doing? Right. So have you played this guy Dong before, Mickey?
No, I didn't know anything about him, to be honest.
Right.
He normally plays, yeah, I mean, actually E4 I didn't particularly expect. He doesn't play E4 that often.
Right. What were you generally prepared for? Like d4, I think.
No, mainly playing d4, maybe Catalan,
Okay.
Queen's Gambit kind of stuff. But he plays a lot of things, but
Yeah.
okay, this
But
was
did you expect this c3 stuff?
no, okay, but it's clear if he's playing e4, he would go for some forcing lines. So this is
Right,
obviously why he
right.
went for it.
Do you think he was trying to play for a draw?
I don't know. I mean, I think he thought maybe it's. I'm not sure exactly for a draw, but maybe he was hoping to force me to do something I didn't want to do.
Yeah, because I think Simon Williams mentioned it was a game between Lawrence Trent and Vladimir Kramnik with some kind of variation like this. I'm not sure exactly, but
Yeah, I think it was maybe knight bd2, but yeah, no, okay.
Oh,
I
knight
mean,
BD2,
there are some
yeah,
ways, of course,
yeah.
but
But-
you know,
but
what can
generally-
you do? Every line, you know, white can force a draw or try to force
Yeah.
a draw one way or another. It doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't matter.
But
so
generally
much.
speaking, there's just no way for White to get any advantage in these lines, or is there any kind of way that?
Okay, that's quite a big question.
Yeah, no, sorry,
I think in
sorry.
general,
It's too
one
early-
e5
it's
is
too early in the
still
talk for these
fairly
questions,
sound,
right?
as far as I know.
Yeah, so e5, yeah, bishop b5, and so were you
No,
still?
I mean, okay,
yeah.
f5 I don't think I ever played before, so probably this
Right.
was maybe a bit of a...
This is a decision that you
surprise
made
me.
at the board, right?
No, I knew that. I mean, I knew it was a line,
Mm.
but okay, I didn't check it for some time. I mean, I can't remember what's supposed to happen after f5. Well, often they play e takes f6, but it's not. White certainly has some other options.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure what should happen after queen b3.
So if they take an f6, your plan is to take that with the knight, or the
Yeah, you can take with the knight. I think also with the rook, both
take with the rook is also playable, right?
also possible. Yeah.
And if they take and go knight g5, then they also have the problem with this d4 pawn.
Yeah, there's lots of things hanging. I think this is supposed to work out for black somehow,
Right.
but.
But somebody was saying that apparently this is a recommendation of Gawain Jones on Chessable, that he was recommending this line for White.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen all this stuff. I don't
Okay.
know.
So in this position, we were considering after Queen b3. Did you consider move knight e7?
Yeah,
did you
knight
think about that
e7 I was thinking about. Yeah, I just wasn't sure how good the knight was on e7. Well, one problem was maybe if he went g3, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's what I was,
This
just to
was-
lock down f4, right?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to try and be ready to push f4 if I can. I mean, in general, black should try and play f4 in this position. That's.
Right.
I mean, I think this is the once
Just
you
to
played
drive the bishop
f5,
back.
you want to play f4 to,
Yeah, right.
and also to
right,
get
right.
this bishop on c8, and also the knight on e7 is not that great. If you play something like h4, it's
Yeah.
quite hard to get a square for it.
h4 looks very natural.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I could maybe play bishop e6. I don't know. That was maybe possible. I wasn't sure.
Earlier,
Instead
right.
of bishop a5, that was no after queen
So
b3.
Queen b3, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we were also considering. We were wondering if there was some kind of knight g5 idea, but that's probably not too much of a problem,
but
right?
then my structure is better. I guess I protect the bishop somehow.
Well, could you even take on d4 here?
Queen e7 or queen e8? I don't know. I'm not
Could
sure.
you do this?
Take on e6? I don't believe it.
No, but you take here, don't you?
I take that. Okay, so I can do
Yeah.
this. Yeah, bishop e6 I could play.
Yeah, bishop
maybe,
e6, right?
maybe again g3, but then I have some more options of knight a5 or something a bit more
Sure,
active. c6, knight c4, maybe some ideas.
right.
So that was maybe. I'm not sure what I did was good actually, but
Yeah,
I mean, okay, it just happened so fast. I went bishop a5.
yeah. So essentially, you're trying to shut White down a little bit.
Well, just it's often quite nice to take this knight on
Yeah.
c3. I don't know if he had to castle, or obviously he didn't have to, but it's
No,
reasonable.
did you? What about? Is there any other move like g3? Was that?
Yeah, that was
A
what
bit
I was thinking
slow,
about.
right?
Then I was thinking about going f4 anyway. I thought this looked quite dangerous.
And if he takes to the pawn,
And then bishop g4. I don't know. So I
Right.
was thinking, because I was thinking knight d2 maybe.
oh no, d2 here.
And
right.
then I was thinking I can maybe take and knight d4, rook f4, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. But I could see that there was some things coming
Yeah.
in. Maybe it wasn't.
Looks a bit scary for white, right?
Bishop E3. There was some rook B4. There's things
Nice.
happening. So I don't know. I was just thinking that maybe F4 was possible there, or at least it was an ideal.
Yeah, exactly. It looks very natural. I'm sure Simon Williams would play F4 here.
Yeah. But okay, okay, we can just see because isn't it?
Yeah,
The problem is the game
okay,
sort of came to a
very
strange,
brutal
strange,
conclusion, right?
strange thing because F4, Bishop C1, Bishop G4. But I think just what was, I think
His next move is shocking, right?
well, okay, but I think the move is not so shocking. But I think what was just he just played it almost instantly, and
Oh wow. Do you think he was a little bit intimidated, maybe?
I don't know. Well, I think the opposite actually.
Oh really? Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
play
overconfident.
H3 here, I don't think you have any respect at all. No? If you play H3 instantly,
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
surprising decision. But I played this guy before. He's very he plays very quickly. You know.
yeah, no, okay. I mean, I don't know because I mean,
What about Bishop E2?
Bishop B2 is possible. Knight D2, I guess, is also possible. I mean, the other thing is, in some ways, H3 makes things worse because sometimes the pawn is better on H2
Right.
anyway.
Oh, so you don't have
so
this
it
knight
might even be
F2
better not to make a move at all than to play H3 because it obviously forces certain things. But okay, look, we can see it 'cause it's interesting.
Yeah. So just out of interest, how would you continue if you'd gone here? Would you
Well,
maybe take and gone
I'd
F3?
probably have to take and go F3, or maybe I would go Knight A5 first and then F3. I wasn't completely sure.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So H3. Yeah, you're right. So
So-
take Queen G5. Very concrete.
But actually, I thought King H2 was more interesting.
That's
no?
what Nizahi on the thing
Yeah,
said.
Knight F2. Okay, well he takes at some moment on D5, I guess.
Take
King H8 and then Rook G1.
Rook G1. Yeah. So we got this.
Well,
first,
okay, I'm
Queen
not
H4.
completely sure what's the best square, but Queen H4 does look quite good, and then Bishop F1.
Bishop F1. Yeah.
Maybe Queen H5 is better than Queen H4. Because I was thinking now Knight E7 looks like a logical way to continue.
Right. 97 in this position. But
Maybe-
with the Queen on
maybe-
H5, it's a
maybe-
better
maybe
version.
even here it's... Well, here I
Oh,
thought...
so you can get the H4 for the.
Well, here I
knight.
thought maybe you can go like Queen B3 or something like that.
Right.
Knight F5, Queen C2.
Queen C2. Yeah.
And okay, I didn't... it looks rather bad, but I wasn't completely sure.
It looks a bit dodgy, right?
Yeah.
Knight E3 looks like a move, right?
Knight E3 and then maybe Queen E2. I don't know.
Okay, wow. Yeah, it's weird how he can't seem to break.
I mean, I
he
don't-
can't seem to break through immediately.
I'm attacking in a very small area, so if I
Yeah.
don't...
Yeah,
It's not so easy to make a threat if I can't
Yeah.
get the... So that was why I thought maybe Queen H5 was better and then Knight E7.
ah, okay.
Because then F3 is loose.
So
'cause
that's
if
instead of after
So
Rook
Rook G1, Queen
yeah,
H... Well,
Queen H5,
he
right.
pretty much has to go Bishop F1 anyway, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, you can try Queen E6, but I normally have Rook F5 at some moment.
So that's worth pointing out.
Look.
Yeah, and he hasn't got any Rook G4 move. Oh no, Queen H3, right?
Queen H3 is to
Yeah. So
Stop
let's
somehow.
try Bishop F1,
Bishop F1. I was
and then you want Knight
I was
E7.
thinking Knight E7.
And if he goes Queen E6 anyway,
Queen E6, I'd probably go Knight F5, yeah.
Knight F5.
And if Bishop
right.
F4, Queen F3. Well, okay, I wasn't sure, but it looked...
Maybe now he can do this. Or is that just stupid?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can go Knight G3 or Knight E3 first, perhaps.
Maybe somehow try and give up the exchange and
Maybe Knight E3 was better. Was there some
yeah,
problem
Knight
with that?
E3. Yeah, doesn't seem. No, it's kind of sort of dressed up when they.
I don't know. I mean, this seemed.
Yeah.
I mean, this seemed like what he had to try because at least it's not. And maybe there's some way to give back material because I think he must have missed something else. Because King H1, it wasn't really clear because it's quite forcing after King H1. There aren't that many moves
No.
for black either. Because
How was he looking at this game? Like, do you ever look at your opponent's body language? Is sort of like.
not so much. I mean, I was.
But did he look a little bit perturbed or?
No, not really. He was
No.
just moving. I was a bit surprised by King H1, but after Queen H5, he was thinking a lot. So I
Yeah.
don't know
Ah,
what
okay.
he was
Right.
what he was thinking. I wondered if maybe he wanted to go like King H2 here or something like that, or Queen D5 say first,
Ah, right.
or King
yeah.
no King H2 here maybe,
Yeah.
because
That
this
makes
was an
some sense.
idea. I thought Knight G5,
And then Queen D5.
Queen D5, King H8,
And then
Queen
tries.
D7.
Right.
Because,
nice.
okay, now Rook F5 wins on the spot, but I thought maybe this is something he could just blunder, yeah?
Ah, right.
Because I wondered if this was maybe the thing he blundered.
Oh, I don't think he would have seen that far that earlier though. If he's going H3 instantly.
No, okay, but once...
Yeah.
But okay, after
once you've
after
got to
Queen
this
G5
position.
check, I mean, you have to kind of stop and...
Yeah,
He
yeah.
thought for some time a bit there. No, he didn't.
Ah, okay.
I mean,
right,
because also I was thinking a long time, so because it took me like half an hour to do this. So he already
Yeah.
was thinking 40, 50 minutes about the position after
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
after Bishop F3, GF3.
So-
So by now, I mean, he wouldn't have, this wasn't a quick move issue, it was, maybe he just missed something, I think.
So his position was bad and he was running short of time.
No, he had lots of time because
Oh,
he,
he had
didn't, he,
lo- of
didn't, he didn't
course.
think.
Yeah.
No, I mean, neither of us was really sure. But okay, I think after what happened in the game, it's probably just lost. Yeah, I mean, what
So
he did.
Is this what happened?
Yeah,
And then he took. Yeah, and then Rook F5, right? So
yeah, because the
now-
problem is Bishop F4, Rook H5. But the thing is actually that's slightly funny is Queen F4. I can also go Rook H5, I think.
Ah, right.
It's
yeah.
actually the same.
Don't just
It actually
refuse
took me
the-
quite some
refuse the
time to
queen,
realise
yeah.
this, because obviously I could also take the queen. So in fact, he has to play Queen F5. I think it's the only
Yeah.
move. No, what he did actually was not Rook D1 was not a bad try, because actually I think G5 is probably a good move. It wasn't so obvious to me for a while.
Just go G4 and try and open up the white king. Right?
Well, it's important to protect this pawn on F4, because if I play something like Queen H3, then he's Bishop F4, and otherwise Bishop D3 can come if I make some. Yeah, here he can just take on F4.
You think
F4.
that maybe that's an important element, because I've noticed actually you're very clinical when you get an advantage. And you
But
think
again, his
that-
position isn't so
Yeah.
straightforward, because he has this very strong pawn on E5. He has like the bishop pair. If he can, and he can defend the king sometimes, because if he can take on F4, put a
Sure.
bishop on G3, bishop F1 to G2, I'm not going to mate him with no pieces other than the queen
Yeah.
nearby. And these pawns
Right.
could maybe start rolling. So, I mean, okay, of course, I'm sure it's not the only...
Not
maybe
the
it's
only
not.
way,
Maybe it's
but-
not even the best move, but I think black certainly it's not a position that is without possibilities for
yeah.
white. Because also if he can run King F1, King E2 in some positions as well, white has some ways to. If
Yeah.
white can consolidate materially, it's not that bad,
No, that's right. Yeah.
and the bishops can be strong, and my king can also be weak in some.
But do you think that's something that
situations.
people could learn from? Because I think with a lot of players, that they sometimes they drift when they get an advantage like this, and they let their opponent back in the game. Even strong players, right?
Well, I think you just have to be realistic about it. It's not that.
It's not that easy.
It's not that
Yeah.
easy a position, and if you don't think it's an easy position, then you're. There's also Rook D8. I don't know. It's not so obvious
Right.
how to continue here, because I mean, G4 maybe Bishop D3. Again, it's not so clear the bishop can come to E4 maybe. Because
Yeah.
again, I have the problem. The pawn on F4 is loose.
Is there not a possibility of maybe going
Fine.
G3 at some point though?
Well,
Like say he went here,
maybe.
not
Can
here.
you go
but
Bishop F4 now? Maybe,
Bishop F4, and then if you take,
and then King E1.
right.
It's just the kind of
Still,
thing. If this
yeah.
happens, because suddenly this pawn on
King
H7 is
D2,
not
and
so.
then- yeah.
Not so safe. His bishops can
And
be
then-
good. It's just he can get back in the game practically, at
Exactly.
least, even if not
Yeah,
objectively.
yeah. It can
And
get
knight,
quite
'cause also
scary.
knight on C6 is doing very little now.
Yeah. So I think having this clinical ability is quite important.
So I mean, I don't know whether Rook D8. I can also play maybe Rook E8 or something. But I think it's a good idea to make a Rook move.
And also
'Cause-
introduce the idea of 95.
Yeah, because the problem is he can't play King E2 because of Knight E5.
Mm.
And once he forces Bishop D3, then he loses a bit of flexibility then.
Yeah.
In this G4.
Yeah, G4.
Yeah, because the problem is Bishop E4, G-F3.
Or Bishop F4,
F3,
Queen
Knight
F3.
E5.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah.
tactic, and he's just not got enough development to get in the game now, I don't think. So, okay, after this it was not
Oh, so
difficult.
here,
So G-F3 I can play, and Bishop F3, Knight E5
oh, very nice,
is the key
very nice.
tactic.
Yeah,
This is why I need Rook D8.
right. So you've seen all that when you went Rook D8.
Yeah, I saw the Rook D8. I couldn't really see a move for him after Rook D8.
Yeah,
Because he wants to play Bishop D3, otherwise it's... And he can't play King E2, so then he's struck for a move. Because if he goes Bishop A3, then again he's not attacking F4, so then I can play G4 or something, for instance.
Yes,
Without,
exactly. Yeah.
Without the pressure on G4.
I think there's a very interesting instructional element to me. The fact that you know, even in a position like this, I'd probably just play any kind of move, and you start to lose accuracy.
Okay, but I need to develop and bring all my pieces, because actually, Rook D8. Then actually, I almost had more. I somehow had more pieces in play. Okay, the Queen is of course more powerful than a normal piece, but now I actually. Effectively, his bishop and rook didn't really get the game. So yeah, I mean, it's not
Nice tactic.
not too hopeful now. So
Yeah, it's not very interesting after this.
C5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe after CD4 we might go rook D1.
Right.
Here, D3, C4. I thought this was at least he's going to get a couple of checks, but okay, it's a bit.
Maybe
They're not
just
too
rook C8.
serious here. Yeah, I could play rook C8 or something.
Or even
Yeah.
B5 is maybe.
B5 maybe he can take. I'm not sure it actually. Or maybe
Yeah, it doesn't
maybe he
look
throws
so
in a
clear.
check first. I mean, probably I just keep on playing.
B6.
King G8, King F7, just get my king out of
Outdoor.
away from rook G1,
Yeah,
bishop
yeah.
B2 ideas, and there's not. The rook on D2 is too passive. He can't do much with just two pieces. But okay, it's. But yeah, I think CD4, Queen D5. He's actually losing immediately. I'm just checking him somewhere.
Right, because his king has to.
Because
go
King
to the
B2,
C-file,
Queen
right.
B5, or when he goes to the C file, Rook C8. And
Rook C8 is the killer.
or King D3, Queen F3 is just.
Yeah. So he resigned after Queen D5.
So he resigned here. Yeah.
Right. So you're now on 2 out of 2. Are you feeling confident about winning the tournament, or you don't think that far ahead? You don't worry about.
No, I don't really.
Just take one game at a time. The old
Thinking
cliche.
those terms. But no, my game yesterday was not too great. In some ways, today he was.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't a bad game in some ways, but okay, of course, it was. H3 was a little bit helpful.
Yeah.
To get this position with black after 10 moves or whatever is not something that's going to happen too often. So
No, so is it kind of like a little bit of a rest day in a way that you're not. You get a winning position.
I'm
very
happy
early
to
on.
have a shorter game, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Thanks a lot for going through the game, anyway. So, yeah. Best of luck in the remaining romp to victory.
Okay.
Cheers.
Thanks.
I don't know if the golfers finished on that. It's probably more or less over.
Okay, so that was great to have Mickey Adams show us the game.
Yeah, it was really instructional for me.
And I think probably what we might do is we'll just take a little break, 5 minutes or so. Everybody get a bit of a rest, and then we'll be back. Okay, so we're back. Do you want to just move in a little bit, Danny, so
Sorry.
everybody can see you? That's great, thanks. Okay, so just looked at obviously board 1 game. We're now stepping down to board 2, the game Richard Bates versus Nick Pert. And we left it in a position after knight c7. Where are we? Back here. Where we very much like Nick's position and felt there was probably quite a few good moves. I think you like the idea of just going e4, didn't you?
Yeah, I would go e4 here, and just for the reason that, okay, so d5 has now been attacked. Rook d1 is also very sensible. It's interesting he's reluctant to play e4. By the way, very interesting interview with Michael Adams there. Somebody mentioned his book on the chat. Think Like a Grandmaster. Have you read that book, Adam?
Yeah, I use it quite a lot for training and stuff.
It's a very good book, so if you get a chance, I'll check that book out. It's Philip Hurtado, he wrote that book with, and it just gives a very good idea of how to calculate positions, how to approach positions. It also talk about something to do with, what's that term where you're checking the moves, right? There's some term that they refer to in that.
Not sure.
Where you've seen an idea, but you basically seen what might be wrong with it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if somebody in chat can remember what that actually was, but I've forgotten it. It's something like, it's like a scientific term almost, but it's something that Adams, I think, learned through, you know, his period as a Super Grandmaster. Kevin Winter's saying, is that too high a level? No, I completely disagree with that. I think it's a book that, you know, anybody can understand. Obviously, a lot of players involved in that book were not necessarily high-rated players.
Yeah, it actually uses it takes positions and then it asks the question of players of all rating levels as to what you would play in this position and what your thinking is like in the position, ranging, I think, down from sort of 1200 maybe even all the way up to Mickey up at the top.
The term I was thinking of was falsifying. So basically you think of a move and you falsify that move, right? Which I think is something that you see with Adams and his thought process during the game, that he's seeing ideas, but you know, we saw that in the last game, that he's saying, well, actually if I play that move, there's something slightly wrong with that move, and you know, but if I play that move, actually that move works tactically, right? So what it says in the book is the actual candidate moves, to see the candidate moves are, or the move that he's decided that he's going to calculate, don't take him that long. The actual falsifying process is so important. And I think that's something that distinguishes someone like Adams from a player like myself. I feel like when I look at players of 2400, maybe even 2500, we're making a lot more blunders because we're not doing this falsifying process quite as efficiently. We're making more kind of like serious mistakes because we're overlooking stuff. And but yeah, going back to this game, yeah, I would play e4 here, Adam. But rook fd1 is a very Nick kind of move.
So bishop a6, bishop g3. Okay, black chopped off the knight. Bishop takes c4. Queen e7. Bishop b5.
Yeah, this all feels a bit weird.
I mean, the intention there is definitely is to go bishop c6, I think. Yeah,
very positional way. I suppose it's just a style thing. I would have just tried to play in the centre, but he's decided that he's going for like squares.
Yeah, and the point is that now to sort of stop the positional threat of bishop c6, knight d7 is required, which he then took. And
yeah, knight e4 looks very natural, right?
Knight e4 attacks the pawn. Knight e8. Knight d2. So he's going to bring, by the looks of that one back round to c4 now. Knight f6. Knight h3. Rook e8. Knight c4. Bishop f8.
Why not knight e4 for black? Was there something wrong with knight e4? Maybe he was afraid that bishop h2 f3 would just chase it away, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
I guess that's probably, yeah, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that wasn't, but it feels like you see when you play these moves like h3 and you could have had the centre early with e4. It feels like
He's not quite taking the ball by the horns.
It's
in
not
some
really
respects.
what he should have been doing. Queen b5 is a good move though, because he's taking advantage of these weakened light squares in the position. You don't want to take on b5 because after a b5 there's this heavy pressure down the a file which you can never relieve.
Yeah, and you're going to also have problems with your pinned rook eventually, aren't you? With, rook a6, rook a1, knight b6, that sort of thing.
Really unpleasant.
So rook d8, queen d7, rook d7, f3, knight h5, bishop h2, f5.
Yeah, f5's a good move, just shutting down e4, right?
Yeah.
But g4 was a good move in response.
Knight f6. Okay, 3, rook b8, rook b3, a little bit mysterious. Rook dd8. You might have had to worry there about knight a5 possibly. That may be the idea.
Oh, you mean you've white to move? Yeah, you probably go knight a5.
If it was
Yeah,
white to move,
yeah,
you
yeah.
could probably go knight a5 there. d8, king f2, king f7, king g3, bishop e7, and that's where we're up to.
And Nick's getting quite a short time. He's not reached time control yet?
Well, Richard's got less time.
Oh, he's got even less time. Right.
So,
But what Nizahi said in the chat was, this doesn't look quite as bad as for Ricky as it did before. Big improvement even. I agree. I don't think that Nick has made the best of this, but still, he's still better. Could he just simply take on f5 and go king f4? This is the idea of putting the king on g3. It looks a bit scary, but...
okay, let's go for it. King f4. Just go for the pawn.
Going for gold.
For gold. Okay, what can I do about that?
We're probably going to lose a pawn.
I'm going to lose that pawn, I think. But is that king going to become exposed? Let me try going rook d8, a g8 for starters.
Yeah.
And then if you take my pawn, I wondered about trying to mate you. That's not working, is it? You're going to run back this way.
If I go rook g5 first, does that make any difference? And take on d5?
Rook g5 and take on d5. That's a very sensible idea. Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems quite reasonable for black.
Very reasonable for black.
So maybe that he hasn't gone for that. He's just played very Nick Pert move, very patient. Rook d3. Interesting. I think the problem that Richard had is he got zero counterplay because he can't go a6 because b6 is hanging. So how do you generate play here as black? I think he might end up taking on g4 and then going... He's gone h5 actually. It's an interesting move again. But a little bit suspicious looking.
Yeah, h5. Trying to get some sort of clarity over there on what's going on. It does take away that.
Yeah, I can now do this.
Can now go for this one.
It's not my only
this time
option.
I can go king g6 and defend, and you don't have a check.
Right. But then I go rook g1, rook back to d1, right?
But then perhaps I could go something like knight d7 or knight h7.
Oh, and then bring the king to
And
f6.
put the bishop on g5.
Right. So how does that work? So
okay, let's say king g6.
rook d1.
d1. Let's say knight h7.
Ah, right.
Check, and I was going to just go here.
And if king g3?
King g3. And could I even go back to f6, or is that just going to be really silly for my bishop? It's going to be silly for my bishop, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is.
It'll be h4 and then king h3 and d6 is dropping.
Yes, indeed. Perhaps I chose a bad square for my knight there.
I think this is critical, very critical now. It's getting very concrete. So if white doesn't do that, like what's his long-term plan to break through? If black has time, so I feel like in chess, you have a situation where white at the moment is ahead in time. But if he allows black to reorganise,
So let's say, for example, just give a possible demonstration of, let's say, for example, Nick says, okay, I'm going to just push that knight away.
yeah,
And then I think he may or may not have to do something about that pawn, but let's just say he does.
right.
Now, is Richard now in a position, is he now in time to start doing things on the queen side, or is that just going to... Is that going to be a
It's
weakening
certainly, well,
plan?
B5 looks very dangerous for white because then C4 is going to be in the
I
air.
mean, one thought I had for white might be at some stage that he wants to go rook
Pardon me.
b5, rook b3, and then
Ah, right.
a5.
Wow. Yeah.
But in doing so, you're going to leave your d pawn very weak, which was sort of why I was trying to justify going g5.
I think he'll take and go king f4. I think
you?
he'll go for the raid. I think it's like a Viking raid.
It's like a Twitch raid.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, taking king f4 looks like fun, right? Use your king in the endgame.
King f4. Okay.
Maybe you can go rook g8, king f5, rook g2. Oh, but then d6 is hanging. So he's gone g5 actually,
He's gone g5.
and then h4, which is actually the move I was considering. Was this h4 move? The idea just to prevent this h4 by white, which would really.
And the point is, what if I just take your pawn?
I guess you go knight h5 and rook h8 quickly, and then somehow
The king is going to be discovered attacked.
well, the
eventually.
king has got no squares now, which is kind of maybe rook d7 and then bring the rook to h8, and then it's
Yeah, that's a sneaky idea.
it's looking. I don't like this for white. I think what he's done and refused the pawn is much more sensible.
No, he's taking it.
No, he hasn't. He's gone king f2.
Oh, he's taking it. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. King f2 and knight e8.
Ooh, that looks passive.
Well, where else do you go?
No, true. So now the question is, how does a white break through? I mean, a move like bishop f4 followed by e4 would be a very natural continuation. I just defend the pawn first, and then go for the pawn push. And after e4, it's looking very promising for white.
So it's f4 here.
No, bishop f4.
Oh,
I was
bishop
thinking.
f4. Okay. Yeah,
And then
he's
go-
played it, yeah.
And then go in e4.
And then go e4. Yeah.
Yeah, although the evaluation's dipped a little bit. No, it's still better for white. Yeah, I think e4 is a very unpleasant position for black to defend. h4 is also weak as well now. Might get picked off later. Something to consider, maybe some plan of e4, knight e3 to g2 would somehow be in the air, or bishop d2, come back to e1. You always have to look out for that pawn on h4, but
Yeah,
Yep.
there's still kind of long-term pressure, isn't it, for Richard to have to sustain?
it's very unpleasant position because you've got no counterplay here as black.
Yeah.
So he's gone knight g7 with the idea of bringing the knight to h5. So now e4 is obviously going to be played, and after knight h5, the bishop can retreat. Although then f4, I guess. Yeah.
So e4, knight h5, and then you could put the bishop either way because you
Right.
might like to continue to have pressure on this square. Let's just put it... Oh, let's put it here just for now.
I would go c1, by the way.
You go c1, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if f4...
Then
Could I go
e5,
E5
concrete,
now?
very
Yeah.
concrete, yeah. Very concrete. Because bishop g5, there's knight d6.
Bishop g5, knight d6 looks really nice for white. Knight will come back as well, and this is terrible. And if you don't do that, then... Well...
It looks unpleasant. It looks very unpleasant. You know, this is the kind of position you don't want against someone like Nick. A position where you're just worse and you've got no real counterplay. You know, these guys are very good at controlling the game. Like Nick is very good at, preventing his opponent from thrashing about. You know, making the game murky.
It does feel like the right time to go e4 though.
Yeah.
He has been a bit reluctant this game.
He's very reluctant to go e4. Well, rook b5. Your rook b5 is actually very sensible as well here.
Right, yeah, switching plans. This
That-
is actually the time to do it in some ways,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because there's no pressure on the d pawn. Perhaps if he goes rook b5, black has to go back with the knight just to create this knight c7
Oh,
threat.
yeah, that's a good move actually. Yeah, knight
And-
back. Yeah, preventing this. But then maybe
Now e4.
Now e4, exactly. Yeah, just slowly making progress. Maybe I go knight c7, rook back, knight a6, and then, or maybe I don't know if I throw in.
I'm just crashing through here like this.
Yeah, true. You probably are. He has gone e4, and after knight h5, he's dropped back to h2.
Onto h2, okay.
Which is strange. Me, I don't like that move actually.
So you now definitely expect f4. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
maybe.
otherwise, I mean, this is going to come anyway.
What happens if I was to take and go king g7? That's just bad, is it?
g7. Okay.
The f4 is very committal
F5.
because it's really shutting down the position. I don't know if that's a good move or not. It's true that f4 is definitely on the rail. That's why I preferred bishop c1, because I thought like f4 is less obvious than for black, but
Apparently rook b5 was the best move, but he
Wow.
finally played this e4.
yeah, he
played it- he
played it at the wrong moment.
Okay, bishop h2. The eval bar is almost equal now.
So what does it say? What's the best move here?
I don't know, I'm just looking at the eval bar. I don't know what the best move is.
No.
Oh, I imagine it must be to go f4, right?
Really? I'm not so sure.
No?
What does the Twitch chat say? Come on, Nizahi, tell us. What is the best move? I'm going to predict that Richard won't play the best move. He's only got
No,
9
it's
seconds
not
left.
very nice.
Maybe you should take and go king e8.
He's played oh no, yeah, he's played f4.
Was
Or has
f4
has he? Oh, I just... Yeah, he has.
He's gone
He's
f4.
gone f4.
No, it seems that was a good move. You were right, because the engine of Val has not changed. So somehow, white.
Now if e5, which looks really sensible.
Oh, he said f4 was second best, by the way. What was the best move instead of f4? Taking, my taking
Rook
best.
b5 again?
a6 was best. Wow. Go back and move.
a6.
Who the hell is going to find a6?
a6.
Wow, that's an incredible move.
What? Okay,
That's so hard to find.
Yeah, that is hard to find.
I think one of the ideas, if you take on b6, I trade and then I get to take on g5.
Okay, yeah. So let's say, for example, rook b6, knight b6, fe4. probably.
Yeah, I get to
Take,
trade.
and then
It's very
bishop takes
important I can
g5.
take on g5 and suddenly I'm getting squares, right?
You can then put your bishop back there, perhaps.
Or
you
bishop
want-
f4
I
sometimes.
thought maybe you might get checks, but
Right.
but then
Yeah, king back to e7 or something, yeah. Exactly. Suddenly black would have chances actually to win the game, maybe even.
So e5 has happened. Bishop takes g5 has happened, which looks like a good move. Not
Yeah.
scared.
Richard's a very good defender, actually.
Not
He's a very
scared.
good defending in bad positions.
Do you think he's going to sack the exchange?
Well, knight d6 is already losing because rook d6 and c4.
Ah, and c4, yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
so you could take with a pawn on d6, but
Ah, very nice.
this is getting very sharp now. You take on d6 with a pawn, I go bishop f6, or maybe even I'll lock you out with g5,
Look at the bishop.
Yeah, I feel like this is okay for
He
black.
does have a way to get the bishop back, at least
Yeah,
somehow.
yeah.
It's not like the pawn's on f2 at least.
I'd feel concerned here as white. I feel like,
I
it
feel like
just
things
feels like
are
it's
possibly
turning.
slipping.
It's turning. You could even, I mean, Richard's the sort of guy who could beat someone like Nick because he's beaten good players in the past. Nizahi says Nick has lost control of this entirely now. Yeah, I agree. I feel,
E6 is a suggestion. E6 is certainly a move. Can he now? Has he got time to switch and do my plan of E6 and then rook B5, rook B3, A5? Or is
yeah,
that
but
just too slow?
I feel like he's all over the place now. I don't feel that he's got as much emotional control. I feel like he's not going to be able to suddenly start playing all these moves like rook B5 and I feel like
Yeah, he could just go rook B5 here, can he? Doesn't need to even go.
okay.
But
Okay.
how-
Maybe I'm
how-
panicking for Nick.
How
I'm
good
panicking
this
for him.
plan is, I'm not even that sure, because at some moment, what black can just go rook C8 and get out of the pin.
Also, rook b5. Could I do this a6 move and then just
Oh,
I'd take on e5 at the end? How clear is
Right,
that?
okay, yeah.
Maybe I could do that.
Yeah.
I could certainly consider it.
And he's lost his time advantage, or he's getting to the point where he's lost.
Have we reached the time control? We've reached the time control, though, right?
Time is it? Is it 40 moves time control? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So they've reached the time control. Okay, so he can have a. You said fag break yesterday, but then you said he doesn't smoke, so not fag break, but he can have a fresh air break.
Does anyone have fag breaks anymore? I don't think anybody smokes anymore,
Comfort
right?
break, exactly. Comfort break, fresh air break, water break, and then you can come back and decide what to do.
Maybe we should move on to another game.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
We can come back to this, but yeah, a good fight by Richard, I would say.
Very exciting. Yeah, that got quite exciting, didn't it? Really. Okay, Daniel Fernandez and Adam Ashton, 245, 246. White's a pawn down.
Yeah, but he's got very active.
But he's got a very active rook,
pawn.
and his pawn on d5 looks pretty good as well.
But again, very concrete, because black's threatening maybe if you go king f3 and try and bolster the pawns and hit f4, there's maybe a rook c7 issue. Maybe.
Okay.
But then
And just
d6
push.
actually. King f3, rook c7, d6 could be an issue for
d6.
and then if you go rook c5,
Yeah.
yeah, true. It's still awkward. Adam, very serious. Yeah, this is a situation. Has he reached the time control yet?
Let's have a look. King d2 played.
No, the engine of Val dropped quite markedly. Now it's saying
Hated
black
that,
is.
didn't it?
Can you go back and move?
Of course, yeah.
Um.
I can't go back and move on that.
Oh, okay. But did the Val drop quite seriously with King D2? Maybe that was a big
we
mistake.
didn't see, did we? But yeah, so black's got to make another move after King D2. One more
Right.
move in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it went from 000 to minus 1.6.
And
I think rook b5 is a good move.
Played rook b5.
It's a very good move, and he's hitting. Yeah, a very bad move by White. King D2. It just felt wrong. King D2. Just, I don't know if King F3 was okay, but it just such. Or maybe Rook C6 instead of King F3 was better. Someone said that Mark apparently says Mark Hebden says sometimes at chess tournaments now he's the only smoker. So you know that'd be a very lonely place to be, right? You feel very isolated. You're the only one outside. There's like hundreds of chess players, all like vegan, you know, avocado eaters,
Kombucha.
yeah, you know, alcohol rejectors, and you're sort of like smoking and drinking outside. It's very sad.
Okay, so they've reached the time control here, and Daniel, I think by the looks of things, the position after King E8 looked like Adam probably had a better move than King D2.
Yeah, apparently King F3, Rook C6, and Rook A5. So my King F3 was actually okay,
It's
apparently.
okay. All right, okay.
Or Rook C6 was also felt like a more natural move because you come in behind the pawn.
Yeah, you are giving up your A pawn, aren't you?
You're giving up your A pawn, but I don't think the A pawn's that relevant because if I take on C4, I think the most important thing is I maintain these pawns on
Yes,
D5
absolutely,
and E5.
absolutely, yeah. Keeping
You know?
control of these ones, yeah.
And which King D2 completely fails to do. So I think that's a really serious error. But again, you know, I think that's really just the time issue is so important here. You know, if you've got more time, I'm sure you wouldn't have gone King D2. So the question is, you know, you probably shouldn't get into time trouble. If you're going to make serious mistakes like that, you should need to play quicker earlier, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we've had a few games finish up. We saw Eldar Gasanov was winning that game against Andy Ledger. He converted that.
Yeah.
So that was a win on board 4. Board 5 was Jatrad Harry Grieve, which was a draw.
Yeah.
Through that perpetual check. Board 6 was this perhaps slightly premature draw between Kandwal and
Yeah,
Wadsworth.
it's true he wasn't better, but I just feel like you got to gamble. If you someone like Mickey Adams is such a good player, and you really got to at least try to keep pace with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when you play him, it's not some kind of 1 point upfloat or something. you know, that you're playing him on level terms, or you know, someone like Nick Pert, that you're playing Nick Pert or Daniel Fernandez on level terms. You're not trying to chase these guys, right? And you know, a little bit. That's why I was a little bit surprised by Matthew. But okay, you know, draw, he gets white in the next round, so he's still well in the tournament.
This is John Merriman and Jonah Willow, or Jonah Willow, sorry, and John. No, John is white, of course. Yeah.
Right.
John Merriman versus Jonah Willow, and have they made the time control? I imagine probably most people have by now. Yes, they've just made it with this last move, Queen E6, and Black is a pawn up. But is there a but?
Well, I think there is actually. I don't mind John's position here that much. I feel like he's got the. You know, we were saying before the most important thing in chess. I'm sorry to be boring, but it's a very important thing is this bishop pair. But having said that, in this position, you know, a pawn is a pawn. More important than a bishop pair even is a pawn. And I feel like Black is better, yeah. But yeah, I think White has some compensation due to the bishop pair. Whether it's enough.
Could I try something very concrete here, like Queen D6?
Wow. Oh, you mean you're just trying to win A6?
I'm just trying to win a pawn back.
Right, yeah, that's not stupid. But if I just go A5...
A5 at some point, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Maybe it's not enough.
A5.
What about if I went Bishop E5 instead of Queen D6, which I just try to... But then I guess you could just go F6, right?
F6.
Or Queen G6 is also a move. Yeah, so actually, the more you look at this, the more it does seem like a solid pawn up for Jonah, but there's probably some kind of kicking chances for White. In terms of, he's got the bishop pairs, king's reasonably safe. It's not easy to convert. I mean, what's your next few moves as Black? I guess you go Queen G6, right?
Well, it's just come from G6.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, so...
I don't like Queen E6 then. No, I mean, it's not... Yeah. But there's probably a reason why he moved the queen from that square.
Well, he moved it there to defend his rook, so bishop takes A6 wasn't on the cards.
Right. Could he have not just gone A5 anyway?
Yeah, that does seem a little bit weird that he doesn't just go A5.
Yeah, I feel like that game is a lot of play left. You know, it's probably worth coming back to later because I feel like there's
still plenty of developments there to be had.
Black has a lot of work to be done. Probably, you know, good chances to win, but
so we'll go down. I think to board 12 was the final board where both sides had got a point. So both sides were on one out of one.
Abigail
so
lost. That's a shame.
So my dark horse, Amadon, I've decided he's my dark horse, is on 2 out of 2.
Yeah.
And Abigail, we're seeing who he's playing against. We can have a look at the game maybe in a moment. We're on
sure.
Tanmay Chopra versus Lan Yao. Lan Yao, one of the favourites for the ladies' championship, and she looks here though like she's in a bit of trouble.
Right. I'm not really familiar with this guy, Tanmay. He's got the Indian flag.
I'm not familiar with him either.
How
do you know anything about Tanmay Chopra?
I thought we'd ban Indians from playing in the British Championships, but he seems to have the Indian flag.
Well, we have that.
We discouraged them.
Also, so we had the winner of the Major Open yesterday, didn't we? Who we were looking at his game.
Was he Indian as well?
Yes.
He's representing India. Yeah. But they had some association with Britain.
Residential qualifications.
Exactly.
Qualifications,
right, yeah.
exactly,
so that makes a little bit more. I'm sure I've seen Tanmay's name around, that he's played a few of these tournaments. Maybe I'm thinking like he played the British Blitz. Apparently he's made a big mistake with knight d4. No, knight d4 is winning.
Knight d4. Okay, so he's exploiting the fact there that if you take that one off, will we even give the check? We probably won't give the check, will we?
No, I think just move the rook. Actually, rook AA. Probably giving the check is also. I think you can give the check because you have a queen g7 eventually, right?
Ah, yes, actually, yes. So you do give the check. You do give.
I mean, you get bishop f8, but then I'd start wiping out loads of pawns as well, like queen
and
e6.
The point is, if the king steps back onto this rank, then queen g7 picks up the rook. So you'd have to then go bishop f8, and then if I started checking you, let's say there, then You have to go bishop e7, don't you? Which is really not what you want to be doing.
Very bad position.
Very bad.
It's resignable, yeah.
So,
But by the way, somebody pointed out that my tip, Mark Hebden, who, by the way, I've changed my tip to Daniel Fernandez. I will point that out.
he's allowed to change it. You're allowed to change every round, aren't you?
Yeah,
That's the
You're rubbing betting you're doing that.
that's the rules.
he drew again, so at this point, draw. I think it's just very tough for Mark because obviously he's just coming straight off playing in a seniors event. Yeah, so I'm a traitor. Yeah, traitor. Well, he's still got a chance, Mark, but it's very tough, you know, in these tournaments. If you don't start well, so obviously, you know, the top of the tournament is very strong. So those guys are starting well, and if you're playing catch up, it's just very tough. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So in this particular instance, why can't I just go king f7? Is
Rook d8, maybe
playing
hit the bishop.
rook d8? And if I move my bishop there,
True. Maybe knight e6 is playable, or no.
knight f6. That's just showing off knight e6. But maybe it's really good.
Well, you take on b2 though. You could take on b2 and then give up the rook on g8, and I think there's better ways. Sorry, can we go back and move?
Of course.
So
So
yeah, I think rook. Yeah, okay.
you have to move the rook.
You
don't
start with rook d8.
Okay.
Um,
Now, perhaps
What were you playing?
bishop e5.
Can I go knight f5? Oh, you have bishop.
Knight f5. Bishop takes g7.
Yeah, but what about the king and pawn? Is that not winning?
Ah, the king and pawn and the old king and pawn end game.
It might be winning because I take and then I go b4 and then I don't know if that's winning, but feels like I would take on. Yeah, I would take on g7. Yeah, the king takes, and now is b4 winning, or do you get c5 and then you? No, you're not in time with c5, right? So b4 now. Oh no, maybe you can go c5 now, but then I take on a5, right? And then I'm in time to get across. Yeah. So
You're in time to get across.
if you take and go king f6, I go king e2, king e5, king d3, king f4, king e2.
Okay.
Oh, then you got maybe you can go c5 now. Maybe you can go c5.
Apparently rook d8 is a huge blunder in that line.
Oh, is it? Right, I'm not surprised. It's me. What do you expect? How did an untitled player get into the championship?
There's plenty of ways.
So, okay, let's go back to that position. Let's try not to blunder.
Alright.
Okay, so let's
king
not go
f7's
rook d8.
happened.
Okay, let's not go rook d8.
Why, let's just say, why is it a huge blunder? Just, what are we missing?
Maybe it's just rook
Bishop,
a8.
maybe it's bishop e7.
Yeah. Maybe
kick
rook
the pawn
a8.
out.
Rook a8 is the move, or rook c8. Rook c8 is true.
Oh,
No,
okay.
say rook d8, bishop e5 is a problem. Yeah. So,
Okay.
so maybe rook c8 or rook a8. I don't know. I'm glad this isn't my game because I would have messed this up by now.
Well, she's fighting, still fighting here.
Yeah. Rook a8 only move apparently. Wow.
Okay, only move.
This is
That's-
real engine stuff.
that's-
Yeah.
Not easy to find.
No, that's tough. Maybe the idea is to go rook a7 check when you go bishop e5, right? Let's say we went rook a8, bishop e5.
Rook a8.
It's like a study, this, right?
Okay, so rook a8, first thing, can I take your pawn? The answer is no, because if I take it with my king, I'm going to get forked. And if I take it with my rook, I'm eventually going to get forked.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And and if bishop e7, well, you can just go here, right?
Yeah.
That's the end.
Technical win.
So that's why we can't take the pawn. And bishop e5 makes a threat. And your pawn on c6 was threatened. Okay. And what? And now you're suggesting rook a7, or
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, that knight f5 move was also we weren't sure about the
the ending.
king and pawn ending, but it feels like you know, you'd kind of, as white, you'd want something, you know, cleaner than, you know, especially if you're a lazy person like me, you don't want to have to calculate all these moves, knight f5, and go this king and pawn ending. You know, can you calculate it? What other moves do I have though? Like rook a7, king g8. So what? You know, what's so special about that? You know, now knight f5, I'm running to rook f4, so that's really bad idea. So I'm limiting my own options here. So I feel like it has to be knight f5. Knight f5 only move. Yeah, he's saying yeah. So it feels like the only, you know, you try bishop g7 as black, right? And if it loses, it loses. Yeah, Richard Pertrew as well. Yeah, these guys are dropping points, you know. Like Wadsworth is in a good position of 1.5, but I feel like 1 out of 2 is not a good score when the guys are romping to 2 out of 2. So it's already critical for them. They can't afford to drop any points. Like bishop g7. Yeah, so
because
this
we
is
just
where
feel there's nothing else, right?
this is where we feel like,
Well,
yeah.
there's a threat of g8 and knight h6, isn't there? When the rook moves.
Sorry.
There's a threat of g8 and knight h6. I mean, obviously.
Yeah,
there's a threat
yeah,
of knight h6 at the
yeah.
moment, but
You
this
have
is-
to take on g7. It's forced, right? And then it's just a question of can you hold this king and pawn endgame? Because I feel like the king and pawn endgame, it must be the way for white. Because you know, how could you possibly?
Otherwise, yeah. What else?
Yeah. So the question is, how is this winning? Maybe just bring the king immediately, right? King e2, use the king. And somehow
Just
you
leave
can,
those. Leave
yeah,
that,
somehow
leave
you,
that
yeah, b4 might have been a big
side.
mistake by me.
Well alone.
Because of the c5 move.
So okay, I guess I bring my king in.
Yeah, we did see the tweet FIDE sent out earlier this week to adjust the rating system. Yeah, we saw that, yeah. I don't think they've gone far enough, by the way. I think they should bump up everybody, or bump up the juniors, like 200 points. Anybody under like 18, just give them 200 extra points. Because we're still going to have this issue where you're having all these underrated juniors are just taking points off everybody constantly and bringing all the ratings down. So, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see what effect that has. The fact they bumped up everybody lower, because it's true that if you're bumping up everyone below 2,000, I think they said, was it below 2,000 or below 1,000? If you're bumping up all of those players, that's going to have a knock-on effect with everybody else, right?
Is the winning idea here to wait for black to go c5 and then play a4?
Can I just go g4 here? Is that winning?
Yeah.
Or is that just...
Well, yeah, I thought I probably couldn't go king f4. So,
Right.
So like.
But
this
c5
one.
is annoying, yeah.
But then
maybe just go a4, right? Yeah, good point. Maybe I could even go a4 earlier. Maybe I could just go a4 immediately, right? As soon as I get the chance, I just go a4.
Just like whenever.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how you could just wait
It does seem quite sensible.
generally, they're always winning these endings with the outside pass pawn, but there are some exceptions. But it doesn't feel like this is one of these exceptions.
Okay, so well, it's still the case that rook a8 has got to be, well, apparently has got to be found, and then potentially knight f5 has got to be found.
Yeah.
So that's in itself
Not easy.
not easy to do.
What is it he says is in this specific position with the king starting on g7, apparently b4 with that king and pawn endgame, b4, king e2, bunch of other moves, they're all winning.
All winning. Okay.
So it's actually quite simple once you get into the king and pawn endgame. But can he find this sequence of moves to get into that? So if he can, I'll be impressed. It's an important test for him.
Okay, so let's have a look at some other games that have finished. So we have this is Taran Kanyamarala, who was playing black, and he's won. So he's on 2 out of 2. His sister Trisha, of identical ratings.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, they're like twins.
Yeah.
Twins in rating.
Where are we? Is this one? Was playing Oscar Pollock, who had a good win from recollection yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, right,
He beat,
right.
who did
See,
he
see
beat?
Drew, that. See Drew with Oscar.
Who did he beat yesterday? John Piggott he beat yesterday. Okay.
Funny enough, in the final position, it looks like Oscar Pollock's doing really well, actually. Because isn't there a threat of going C3? I mean, this position, it's just gone bishop e4, but it feels like a little bit of a let-off. Because isn't C3 winning?
Is it winning?
Maybe not winning, but I mean...
Why? If I
I mean-
can go king e3,
You can go king e1 or something, right?
could I not go king
Or,
e3?
or you can go king... It's white to move, right? So what move does white play? Let's say you push the pawns or
okay, let's
something.
have
Yeah,
push a
push the pawn.
c3,
So you wanna just go king e3, right?
king e3.
Right. And if I move the
Oh, you're
bishop...
going to sack the bishop?
No,
Okay.
I love my bishops.
Yeah, but you haven't got two of them this time. It's not
Yeah.
the same.
Bishop
Your-
back.
Your playing strength is great. You're
I know,
reduced.
I know. But I should be able to hold those pawns at bay with the bishop. So I'll probably play something like bishop d5 or... And then...
But then I'm going to check you.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's a good point.
This is why I haven't my
Oh, right. Okay, so maybe I don't do that. So how did that work? So h4.
H4.
It's true that, I
H4
mean...
just to stop bishop sitting comfortably on g6.
Absolutely, yeah, clever. You're getting good at these end games. I think it's because you sat next to me for such a long
That's
period
it.
of
It's
time.
kind of like
It's rubbing off. The genius is rubbing off.
osmosis. The end game knowledge is slowly being sucked into me.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I misassessed this. Maybe the more I look at it, actually, maybe it's white that should have played on. It's very hard to
Let me
say.
just just amuse my bishop sacrifice. This is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, no, that's also possible. Yeah. Yeah. But I guess I could just go
So-
king e3 back to e2, right?
You can go king.
Because I
back
could
to E2.
hold those pawns. You could never. It's going to take you too long to if
It's
you
going to
start.
take too long, isn't it? And I
Take
can't
the
even
A
sort that
pawn,
out.
right?
This one's going to queen, isn't it? Yes. Okay.
Should be winning.
All right. So that's another good result for Oscar. So that he must be
Yeah.
happy with that. 1.5 out of 2. And then we had Julia Volovic, who is again on 1.5. So she must probably be fairly pleased.
Well, she played well actually.
She played well.
I think so. Yeah.
She had a bye yesterday. I think she was third. So there's an odd number of players in the championship, but she had a bye.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we quickly saw this, didn't we? And it's just the case that the Black King can't. Well, it's just a perpetual.
Another
isn't it?
underrated player taking away points from a very established and senior player born at Dereshkovini. So I've been sarcastic because he's kind of quite young himself. But amazing result for Julia, says Nizahi. Oscar Pollock was completely winning before the final move was played.
Ah,
Aha, so what was that
yeah,
game?
we'll come back. We'll come back.
We'll go back to that, yeah.
And Amadon Balaji, Abigail Wearsing. Yeah, okay. Looks like Black's King's going to get checkmated. Over on the H file. You wanted to go back to this one?
Yeah, well, I want to go back to the start of the week before I bet on anyone but Brian Harman. But
Is he
let's
going
not
to
go
win the
there.
golf?
Well, I think he already has.
He's already won the
was
golf.
winning- He was winning when I saw, yeah. Anyway,
Okay, so apparently in that position before bishop e4,
yeah, why not C3 here, right?
c3 here,
Bishop E4 feels like a bit of a weird move.
Yeah.
Just C3.
c3, why not? Because now if I do the same sort of little plan as I had previously, you're just going to go d2, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, and
you
I've
don't-
got Bishop A6 check if you go to E2.
You could also just play.
Oh no, apparently D2 is the winning move instead of C3. Well, that's quite deep though.
Why isn't this good? Is it
Maybe
'cause
there's
he
a
pauses
check.
really
Isn't there a
fast?
check where you can drive the king back, right?
Well, but no, because it's
no.
Black's move.
No, but can't you check before, the move before?
Well, then. Oh, I see. Right, like this one here.
Oh, but still there's king B2, right?
No, you need to take on c5.
And then D2?
Yeah, king e2.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And you
Yeah.
can't-
So
you
so if
can't
king
pull my king
d4,
away.
now I go king e1, and then I blockade your pawn with king d2, and then I freeze your pawns, so I can never lose it effectively, you know.
King e3.
Yeah, but then I've got a rook c3 maybe. Still, you can't make progress, I guess.
Okay, but can you make progress?
Well, I probably can't, but oh, maybe you're going for some kind of zugzwang, right?
I don't know what I'm going for. I'm just kind of trap your king in the back rank and
But g5.
g5. Okay. And then if I just keep passing moves.
Yeah, it's true that I'm a little bit short of oxygen here as well. Yeah, it's still awkward. But apparently D2 was winning. That's what.
Okay, so this is a king e2.
He's
sorry,
saying
sorry,
not the only winning move, but these mugs will never find the other one. Oh, thank you. It's time to block somebody else in the chat.
Who's that then? Who said that?
Nizahi.
Ah, so if we blocked him, then we wouldn't have all the
We wouldn't have the
all
access to the
computer-
engine.
computer evaluations. So what are we saying? D2 in this position wins. And the point is then after king e2, I guess you have to go c3, right?
Yeah, but somehow this is a weird,
Take.
weird win. I think partly the reason is rook g3, rook d3, yeah, bishop a6.
Right, okay.
So
As well as flashing
yeah.
bishop f3.
And if king, yeah, but also king d1 here, right?
King
No,
d1,
bishop f3 is mate.
is-
It's immediate mate, right? Yeah. So yeah, you're just losing. So if rook d1, then I go bishop a6 and force your king away.
Yeah.
No, but then king e3, right? So what happens after rook d1? Ah, maybe bishop f3 check.
You can take that and then go back.
No, you don't, because I go king
Oh, you want
d3.
to go king d3, I see.
Ah, yeah, but seeing all this is just like impossible. And now I go c4, c3, and I'm winning. Am I?
Yes.
Actually, you take and go king e4, right? Oh, but then c4. Yeah, I mean, I'm too quick. Incredible. I'm learning so
Okay.
much today.
Let's see where we're running out of games. So, he's still thinking about whether or not he wants to where to put his rook in this one.
Who's this? Who is it?
This is Tanmay Chopra versus Yan Lao, board number 8.
Has he been thinking for 20 minutes or more on this problem?
Well, he's just made the time control, so you can sort of understand that he's played rook a8.
Wow, that's incredible. Oh, what was happening in the Nick Pert game, by the way?
Nick Pert, he
Oh, it was a drew,
He
yeah,
with
yeah.
Richard Bates,
I was
okay.
kind of, we were expecting, right?
Okay. What? No, it can't be this position. Okay, let me just change my view. So let's see what happened. Bishop takes g5. He played rook b5. Okay.
Yeah.
And Richard played a6.
Wow,
Okay.
impressive.
And it all sort of started to blow up a little bit. e6 check, king e7, rook takes, knight takes, a5.
Oh, and he offered a draw here.
Nick offered a draw.
That's a very interesting psychological decision. It's like saying, look, I know I've gone wrong. I don't feel comfortable here. I feel like you're outplaying me, but I'm going to use my special weapon, which is that I'm a high-rated player, and I know you'll be too scared to play on against me. But yeah, a5. I think partly probably Nick just felt like he lost control of this game.
It's a very good weapon, Danny.
It's a very powerful weapon. Do we feel like the draw offer should be situations like this should be, because we've already had situations where we talked about this game earlier where they agreed to draw, there's plenty of play left, and possibly this is harming certain players that they're agreeing draws in situations where they could play on. But what happens here anyway after a5? Don't you go like bishop f6?
Looks like a sensible move.
And then if b3,
Yeah.
But I guess you'd be concerned about a move like bishop d4 and then g5, right?
Bishop d4. The only thing, yeah, bishop d4.
Because king f1, g5, bishop g1, I have knight g3, king e2, knight e2 and stuff like that. And
Right, so let's just show that. So we're saying that maybe after king f1 here, if g5, bishop g1 to try and get rid of this awful bishop, then knight to g3 check, king has to go to g2 to guard the bishop, and then possibly knight e2.
yeah.
And if I trade you off now, you're going to take that with your knight. And
Yeah,
how
although
does
there's
this
b4
look?
now, there's b4, but yeah,
There's b4. b4 is actually a little bit annoying, isn't
there's
it?
b4. But I feel in general I can understand the decision off a draw there, because I certainly don't think, well, the engine was actually saying equal, and I think he probably just felt the position was so unclear, and it, you know, the general trend of the game was going against him, right?
Has he accepted the draw, or is he still playing on?
No, it's a draw.
No, it was a
He's
draw.
accepted
Richard
it.
agreed a draw, so yeah.
It's
Also,
not, it's not the only way for black to play as well, is
no,
it? I mean, he
no,
could
there's
bring
lots of other stuff.
this over here.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I think he felt uncomfortable. Now, objectively speaking, it probably is equal, because White still has a lot of play
The
himself.
dreaded bar says it's equal, doesn't it?
The dreaded bar, this pawn on e6 is still very powerful. It's like a powerful, you know, a lot of players here would panic as White. Maybe Nick panicked a little bit, right?
It's possible.
But the pawn on e6 is still strategically very powerful. So in the long term, if the rook was ever to break through, you imagine a rook on a7 here.
He needs to get b4 in, doesn't he?
Yes, exactly, because b4 is maybe a way White wants to open up the position to try and bring the rook into the game.
Which is
right?
actually why bishop f6 is an extremely sensible move, isn't it?
Exactly, because now b4, I
We
think you could just take.
it and go bishop c3.
Exactly, yeah. So I think that's what he would have been concerned about, and really probably felt that, you know, there's also situations where d5 can become weak. You go bishop d4, you go knight f6. You know, it feels like d5 is maybe there's a knight d5 in the air, knight takes d5, and then the rook comes to b2 and king e6, and, you know, stuff like that. You start to panic in your calculations. Stuff like that is happening. And do you think Magnus Carlsen's White would offer the draw there? He probably would have won the game about 30 moves beforehand,
Don't think so.
admittedly, but
Okay.
yeah. What about Mickey? Do you think Mickey would have offered a draw there?
No.
Probably not, no. So maybe Nick was, yeah, he was a little bit, I think he got a little bit perturbed there by how well Richard was playing around about that. Richard played really well, having reached a bad position, and he really fought back well, which he does. He's a fighter, you know, he's a very tough opponent. I played him many times, and he's always, you know, tough guy to beat.
We'll probably go for about another 20 minutes, Danny, I think. Get up
sure,
till 7 o'clock,
sure.
and then I think we'll
we'll-
call it a
yeah,
day there.
Yeah, I think so.
So this is the one where Jonah's pawn up. Looks a fairly stable pawn, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks a fairly stable pawn. This I think is going to be a long
It's going to be a
game.
grind.
Grind, exactly right.
What happened in that end game? Did he find knight f5 as well? Intrigued.
Well, he's got to try. Because she's played bishop e5.
Yeah. The question is, does he find knight f5?
Well, it's an easier move to find than rook a8.
Down to 7 minutes.
Down to 7 minutes, so
Is that for the whole game as well?
it is, though he is getting an increment, so. I mean, what else could you...
He has
Yeah,
got
he's
knight
played
f5,
knight
yeah.
f5.
It's a killer move, really. It shows that he can calculate, this kid. He's a good player. I think you've got to have that ability. Do you do this, Adam? Do you like endgame studies and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I very much like endgame studies, actually. Yeah, really do.
I found a website that has endgame studies on it, and also do those lead chess puzzles as well. Sometimes I used to do When we always used to do the old puzzle rush.
Puzzle Rush, I remember last time we were doing the commentary, we had quite a lot of fans watching you try and break your own record, didn't we?
I'm
At
probably
the end
too
of the
tired. Maybe I
session.
could do puzzle rush now, but that would be really probably too much.
A bit early in the tournament
early
for
in the
that.
tour-
I
we'll
think
do
we're
that
still a bit
later.
fresh.
I'm looking forward to
A
that.
bit later.
Used to get addicted to it, you know. Oh, the website. I think it's called something like Alvarez. It's like some Spanish website, but yeah, they have endgame studies on there. Endgame puzzles. So I think that's a way to improve your calculation. Has anyone done like a Chessable course on endgame studies and how to solve them? Maybe that could be my next project.
Have you got a particular favourite composer of endgame studies? Is your
Taylor Swift.
No.
I mean, some
Okay,
well-known
Bishop
players.
takes G7.
Yeah.
We're gonna see this. I think we're gonna see this king and pawn endgame.
Super Mario 1000 said, "Are Americans excluded from this event because we are traitors to the crown?" Well, I think you're excluded because you're American.
Yeah, I think if you were an American and you lived in this country for a year, I think you could probably play.
I'm certainly live just here for a year,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Funny enough, I was reading talking about traits. I was reading a biography of George Washington recently. It's quite interesting, actually. And it's a good quiz question. Can anyone name, without googling, what was the only country that, apart from America, that George Washington visited during his lifetime? It's an interesting quiz question because it's not that obvious.
Don't know. Canada?
Let's see if anyone on the chat comes up with it. Without googling, of course.
Spain.
Somebody said Spain. Nizzy said France. You said Canada, right?
Yeah. Liberia.
Liberia. Wow, that's an interesting. Why would he go to Liberia?
Charlie the
Australia.
Chestnut says meow.
Hispaniola. Fiona Hill seems related to him somehow. Really?
Put us out.
Should I put you out of your misery? I believe it's something like Barbados, because the reason is his brother contracted one of these diseases like cholera, and he went to Barbados to try and recuperate his health, and unfortunately it didn't work, and he eventually ended up dying in that kind of area.
Okay.
But that was the only country outside of America that George Washington ever visited. But Hispaniola, yeah, very close guess, correct, yeah.
First time chat. Is this bullet chess? No, this is the British Championship, and it's not bullet chess. This is long play chess, and it's not perhaps as exciting as bullet chess.
Similar question to the one you just posed. What was the first country, other than the USA, that Bobby Fischer played a competitive game of chess in?
What was the first country, other than the USA, that Bobby Fischer played a competitive game of chess in?
Oh, a competitive game of chess.
Yeah.
Competitive game of chess.
Curacao.
Incorrect.
Russia.
Incorrect. It's not obvious. Though.
Sorry?
It's not obvious.
It's not
Can you give us a
obvious.
clue? What area?
Proper chess,
Well,
you mean?
it's
Yes,
in
it's
the Western Hemisphere.
in the West.
Where's the Western Hemisphere?
The same hemisphere that America's in.
Yeah, is it somewhere in South America?
Close, but not quite.
Central America.
Central America,
Yeah.
somewhere.
What's the most unlikely country an American would go to in Central America? Or the Caribbean?
Cuba.
Correct. Yes.
Oh,
Cuba
Cuba,
is the
right,
answer,
yeah, good
apparently.
question, yeah. When did he play in Cuba?
He was playing for some club team that was put together by somebody in New Jersey, and they went and played a match in Cuba.
He was.
Well, two matches.
If you didn't hear that in the chat, he was playing. He was playing a club match, and his club was visiting Cuba.
Oh, you found that out for Jonathan Hawkins' book?
No, John Donaldson's book about whatever it's called, The Life and the World. Bobby Fischer,
Oh,
the world,
right. Yeah, I've read a lot of interesting books on Bobby Fischer, and I think there was one book I read quite recently was this Icelandic journalist was talking about his time when Bobby Fischer was close to death, right? So when he went to Iceland at the end of his life, and he ended up, I think, with kidney disease or something like that, and it's a very interesting book, actually. But yeah, fascinating figure, you know, mythological figure, Bobby Fischer.
Mm-hmm.
Where does Bobby Fischer rate in the pantheon of greatest players ever? Do you think that Bobby Fischer was the greatest player of all time?
Nope.
No. Who do you think is the GOAT of chess?
Magnus Carlsen. I've changed my opinion.
You've changed?
Well, I've changed from Gary Kasparov, who was...
I used to think it was Gary Kasparov, but now you think it's...
I think it's Magnus.
Are you like a recency bias guy then?
Yes, exactly, something like that. What about you, Danny? Are you of the same opinion?
Yeah, it was interesting because I had this debate recently on Facebook, and somebody said, oh, you know, if you brought these guys, you know, like people like Paul Morphy and so on, and you brought them forward to today's day, Capablanca, you know, there'd be more than a match for Magnus. So Angus Dunnington strongly debated this and said, actually, Magnus was so good that he would beat those guys, even if they had access to modern technology. I'm not sure. I mean, can you imagine Paul Morphy with Stockfish? He was a pretty good player as it was, you know, for his era. Like, if you ever like played through Paul Morphy's games, he was a really great player.
Yeah.
Capablanca as well. So it's hard to say, really. I mean,
It's hard to say. Of course, it's hard to say.
I think it brings in drive and hard work ethic. Massively comes into it when all the information is
Yeah.
then suddenly it's more important to be a really hard worker and a genius.
Yes.
Well, I think it's just impressive. You know, someone like Mickey Adams is a really good player, you know, and it's very impressive, these guys, when you see them, when you analyse with them. You know, I don't really care who the best player of all time is. It's just, you know, those guys are impressive in their own right. You know, so it doesn't really matter.
No.
You know, they're just good players, right?
Yeah.
So
it's important you enjoy their
yeah,
chess for what it is anyway. Yeah?
exactly.
I just saw a quick question for the chat. I mean, we haven't had lots of... it feels like today has been a little bit more stable than yesterday in terms of the situation with the video. Can you just let me know if that's true? Because I did change a couple of settings. Has it been less laggy? This one can't have just still be in this position, surely, you wouldn't have thought.
Oh, right. Maybe she's debating not to take on G7, which is a clear sign that if you start thinking about not taking on G7, it's a clear indication to your opponent that you feel the king and pawn endgame is totally lost, right?
Yes.
So you're going into the Yi Chen Han thing of trying to draw...
Look at that. That's possibly the nicest comment anybody's ever made on position chess. These presenters are amazing.
I'll keep sending that guy my checks. Yeah. You guys look wonderful.
Yeah, not sure about that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, right.
Oh, the video's not working then.
Yeah, exactly. Videos.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, it's just a clear admission. If you're not taking on G7 immediately, it's a clear sign that he thinks the position is totally lost.
Yes, absolutely. And
so, you know, if you don't do that, then you're massively in hustle mode. But having said that, I once drew an endgame against Lan at Hastings on New Year's Eve, and I was a piece up. But he defended it so well, and it was a really frustrating game to me. As usual, I took it really well. No, I was really upset after the game, but you know, had fair play. He defended the game so well, and he is a tough player as well.
Yeah,
you know, he's tough.
I think probably, Danny, we might wrap things up there for today. We've come to sort of. It looks like there's a couple of games at game, but they're going to probably be longish games. So I think it's a sensible point. Yeah. So thanks everybody in the chat. It's amazing to see we've got over 500 people watching. That's fab.
It's amazing.
And thank you to everybody who's been watching in the room as well. And hopefully tomorrow we might get that air conditioning fixed. Who knows?
Yeah, it would be nice to get like a fan in here or something. The worst case scenario. Yeah.
Trip to the shops to buy one.
Trip to the shops. I think it only costs about 20 quid anyway. 10 quid.
Okay, hopefully see everybody tomorrow at 2:30, and we'll try and get going. Obviously, we'll get going as soon as the feeds are available. Bye for now. Have a lovely evening.
Yeah, see you later.